Chapter 1557. This was Lu Yin's second time at Glory Mountain, so he wasn't familiar with the place. He had to ask a few people before he found the Astral Link Major World. Some of the people who had been questioned recognized Lu Yin and stared blankly at him as he left, as if they had seen a ghost. After entering the Major World, Lu Yin familiarly headed for the tall tower in the distance. He released his domain without restraint, covering an extremely large area. At the top of the tower, Zijing was watering the flowers when she sensed Lu Yin's domain spreading. She said, "It's not very polite to greet an old friend." Lu Yin's expression changed and his domain disappeared. He took a step forward and tore through the void to appear at the top of the tower. Zijing turned around and looked at Lu Yin with a calm expression and a faint smile. She gestured for him to take a seat. "Would you like some flower tea?" Lu Yin replied, "It's urgent. I want to contact my family. A cup of tea won't take up too much time." Zijing smiled. Seeing her insistence, Lu Yin could only nod and sit down. This was different from the first time he had been here, as his attitude had changed. Not only had he been here before, but he had also seen the astral tree. He had faced several half-ancestors and had even been chased down by them more than once. Nothing in the fifth mainland could surprise him anymore. As he quietly smelled the tea, Lu Yin looked at Zijing. This woman always gave off a calm feeling, which was a good match for these flowers. "I really do have something urgent," Lu Yin said. Zijing retrieved her gadget from her cosmic ring. "You've changed." Lu Yin smiled. "That's what everyone says." Zijing smiled and handed the gadget over to Lu Yin. Lu Yin took it and disappeared. He couldn't contact anyone in front of this woman, so the first person he contacted was naturally Ming Yan. He couldn't think too much in the astral tree, but now that he was back here he couldn't wait to find out what had happened to Ming Yan. He wanted to know how she knew that Alu was Baruda and where she was now. When he had been monitoring Jupiter's space station on Earth, Lu Yin had memorized the number that Ming Yan had used to contact him. The gadget beeped and Lu Yin waited nervously. Each beep made him nervous as he was afraid that Ming Yan wouldn't pick up. After a few beeps, the gadget connected and Lu Yin nervously asked, "Yan, Brother Lu, is that you?" Ming Yan's voice sounded anxious. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. "It's me, Yan. Really is you, Big Brother Lu," exclaimed Ming Yan excitedly. The two of them quickly met and a screen appeared in the air. Ming Yan's image appeared within it. Lu Yin had not seen Ming Yan for a long time, but that unforgettable feeling still lingered in his heart. Ming Yan's gaze in particular made his heart ache. "Brother Lu, Yan thought that she would never see you again in this lifetime." Ming Yan's eyes were red. In front of Lu Yin she would always be weak. Lu Yin frowned. "Yan, where are you now?" Ming Yan pursed her lips and told Lu Yin everything that had happened to her. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "You followed Gu Yu's instructions and left Shenwu continent, but you were betrayed and captured to a brothel?" Ming Yan nodded, but when she saw Lu Yin's furious expression, she panicked and her face paled. "Brother Lu, please don't misunderstand. Yan didn't do anything wrong," Lu Yin hurriedly said. "I know. I just want to know who betrayed you." Ming Yan gritted her teeth. "Yan has already dealt with her." Lu Yin was astonished. Ming Yan continued, telling him about how she had taken control of the Black Street and how she had found out that the unaging elder was a traitor to humanity. Ming Yan's experience was no less than Lu Yin's, and it sounded like a legend to others. She had been a weak girl who had developed dual personalities due to her life poison, and now she was using her life poison to control someone else's life. Lu Yin found this somewhat inconceivable. He felt like he was a legend, but Ming Yan's experience was not much worse than his. "Not only that, Brother Lu, Yan can help you now. Not only can I control the Black Street and the unaging elder, but I can also use him to obtain information about the Neo-Human Alliance." Lu Yin's expression grew uglier. "Yan, stop. Return to Shenwu continent immediately." Ming Yan was at a loss. "Why, Brother Lu?" Lu Yin sternly replied, "The Neo-Human Alliance is not as simple as you think. What you've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. Don't touch them." He thought of Zhou Xian and what the god of witchcraft spirit had said to him. These monsters seemed to be emotionless, but in fact they were so deep that it was frightening. They could make people become redbacks unknowingly, and in the end they had no choice but to join them. To the people of the Fifth Mainland, the Neo-Human Alliance was one of the three Dark Hands, but it could not compare to the Hall of Honor. However, Lu Yin knew that the Neo-Human Alliance had enough power to destroy the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin was not surprised that the secret ancestor had been injured while destroying the Eternal Kingdom, as the Neo-Human Alliance had the resources and ability to do so. Ming Yan had tried to use the unaging elder to gain information about the Neo-Human Alliance, but that was courting death. Ming Yan looked at Lu Yin's stern expression and whined, "But Yan wants to help Brother Lu." Lu Yin's gaze relaxed and his tone softened. "Yan, listen to me and leave the Black Street immediately. Erase all ties with the Neo-Human Alliance and don't come into contact with them." Ming Yan lowered her head. "Brother Lu, father died at their hands." Lu Yin was shocked, but he did not speak. "You were also assassinated by them. I know that I don't have the ability to deal with them, but at least." Ming Yan looked up with a resolute gaze. "Yan wants to do it." Lu Yin's fingers trembled. "Do you know how dangerous they are?" Ming Yan grinned. "Brother Lu, do you know what Yan means to them?" Lu Yin did not understand. Ming Yan's hair turned white, and her tone suddenly became cold and stubborn. "It means that I'm their natural enemy." Lu Yin was stunned. The white-haired Ming Yan was not easy to deal with. "Are you looking down on me?" Ming Yan stared coldly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's mouth went dry. "Oh. If you can deal with them, then so can I. Even if I have to die, I'll die before you," Ming Yan declared loudly. Lu Yin was stunned. Was that what she meant? "Don't look at me like that. I control the Black Street, control a director, and even obtain information about the Neo-Human Alliance. Do you think that it's all due to luck?" "I, Ming Yan, once controlled an empire and countless lives," said the white-haired Ming Yan. Lu Yin sighed. "You don't understand them at all." "There's no need to understand them. They don't understand me either, and I've never taken the initiative to obtain information. I'm very cautious about this." Lu Yin coughed. "I want to talk to the other one." "There's no need." Ming Yan rejected him directly, but her eyes kept drifting to Lu Yin. At that moment her hair turned black again. Brother Lu, I'm sorry. She came out on her own," Ming Yan apologized softly. Lu Yin was helpless. Dual personalities were really difficult to deal with. "Yan misses you, Brother Lu." Ming Yan could not help but say. Lu Yin replied, "I miss you too. I'll go to the Black Street to find you." Ming Yan softly acknowledged, "I'll wait for you." She then looked at Lu Yin reluctantly and ended the call. Lu Yin sighed as he watched the white clouds drift by. He was determined not to involve Ming Yan in the battle against the Eternals, but she could not let go of Ming Zhaoshu's death. Moreover, the assassination attempt on Earth had been thanks to Ming Yan's warning. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. Ming Yan would definitely have learned more about the Neo-Human Alliance because of this incident. All of this made it impossible for Ming Yan to withdraw. It seemed that he would have to make a trip to the Black Street first to assess the situation. Lu Yin's gaze trembled as the old man was also there. Lu Yin looked at his gadget and contacted the second person, Wendy Yushan. In this region of space, Lu Yin's closest relatives were naturally Ming Yan, Wendy Yushan, Big Sis, and the others. Big Sis had the ability to protect herself, so Lu Yin was not worried. He was only worried about Wendy Yushan. The Great Eastern Alliance was not invincible. Wendy Yushan was pleasantly surprised when she saw Lu Yin on the screen. "You're back? You knew that I would come back?" Lu Yin asked. Wendy Yushan restrained her surprise and replied, "You won't die so easily." Lu Yin smiled. "You know me well. How have you been recently?" "Not bad," Wendy Yushan replied. Someone slowly walked out from behind her. Lu Yin was shocked. Ling Gong? The person behind Wendy Yushan was one of the 10 arbiters, White Knight Ling Gong. Ling Gong looked at Lu Yin on the screen and was shocked. "You're actually still alive. You're really tenacious." Lu Yin was curious. "Why are you two together?" Ling Gong coldly replied, "Is that strange? I ordered her to come here, so she came." Lu Yin raised his brows as this tone was asking for a beating. Wendy Yushan replied, "White Knight invited me to the Lingling clan to cultivate." "She didn't do anything to you, did she?" Lu Yin sized up the two. Ling Gong was annoyed. "What's with that look, Lu Yin?" Wendy Yushan was helpless. "Very well." Lu Yin nodded. "It's fine as long as you're doing well. I won't disturb you any further. I still have to contact Wang Wen." "Wait," Ling Gong said as she stared at Lu Yin. What's your current cultivation level? Lu Yin grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. I'll beat up 100 of you. Wendy Yushan was shocked and Ling Gong was furious. Before she could say anything, Lu Yin ended the call and looked up. He felt great. When he thought back to how this woman had acted as if the heavens were her number two, Lu Yin felt that she deserved a beating. She had even threatened him and even kidnapped him. Now that he could disgust her, it felt great. Not only Ling Gong, but he had also discussed Feather Mavis and beaten her into submission. Now he was going to find trouble with Xianxia and the others and completely reverse the position of the 10 arbiters that he had once looked up to. Lu Yin was unconsciously pleased with himself, as this was a result of being suppressed for too long. He had directly broken through to 10-lined battle force during the Sovereign Tournament, but that hadn't been satisfying enough. When he saw these people again in the future, he would beat them up one by one. Right, challenging one of the 10 arbiters was a pretty good idea. As he thought about it, Lu Yin contacted Wang Wen. This was where the proper business began. It had been almost 2 years since he had left the Fifth Mainland. Even though he had spent some time with the Great Eastern Alliance and knew that Elder Chan and the Adjudicator supported him, he still needed to ask Wang Wen about the specifics. Elder Chan and the rest did not know everything about the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin had been updating for 4 days straight and he had even been out on a business trip. He was tired, so he decided to take a break. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 1558. Wang Wen appeared on the light screen with a sleepy look. Looks like you're quite free, Lu Yin commented. Wang Wen stretched lazily. It's been exactly 2 years. I thought that you'd take even longer to return. Lu Yin shrugged. I can't stay in any other place. I know. Wang Wen acted as if he understood everything. What do you know? Lu Yin was puzzled. How could this guy know about the astral tree? Wang Wen smiled and looked at Lu Yin. With your abilities, chess piece bro, you're either a top dog or a rat on the street. There's no third possibility. Lu Yin pursed his lips. He guessed right. I really am a rat on the street. Wang Wen was astonished and his eyes widened with interest. Tell me about it. Lu Yin replied, it's hard to explain. I didn't want to come back, so I want to fight my way back. You'll have to help me. What's the scale? Wang Wen asked, his eyes shining. Lu Yin thought about it and then stretched out both hands. His right hand had 5 fingers while his left hand had 6. Wang Wen was shocked. A war between the 5th and 6th mainlands? Lu Yin shook his head and then he clenched his fists together. Wang Wen's gaze trembled. I understand. This is a lifelong endeavor. I don't have a lifetime to waste. Wang Wen was helpless. You want both mainlands? Do you trust me that much? Lu Yin shrugged. Is there anyone else besides you who can help me? Of course, you're not the only one. There will definitely be others who can help during this period. If others hear about our conversation, they'll definitely think that we're crazy. So, it doesn't matter. If we're crazy, then we'll go crazy. As long as we live in this world, we should treat the universe as a game. Regardless of whether you're a normal person or a progenitor, you can't escape the fate of being a chess piece. It just depends on whether or not you and I can become game players. Lu Yin nodded. Alright, as long as you're confident. Now, I want to know about the Great Eastern Alliance's situation. Wang Wen turned his star energy into water and washed his face, clearing his mind. The Great Eastern Alliance is doing okay. How do I put this? An hour later, Lu Yin ended his call with Wang Wen. He then opened his star chart and sank into deep thought. 2 years ago, or more accurately before the Sovereign's Tournament, Lu Yin had conquered the Blaze Realm. After discussing the matter with Wang Wen, they had decided to withdraw from the Blaze Realm and leave the Blazing Mist Flow Zone to the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragons to fight over. The Great Eastern Alliance had also retreated to the Fennel Flow Zone, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Now that 2 years had passed, the result was within their expectations. The Great Eastern Alliance had developed quite well in the Fennel Flow Zone, and the Gu Flow Zone did not pay them any attention. Even the 6th mainland had not been able to break into the Fennel Flow Zone back then, as the Divine Gu dynasty did not place the Great Eastern Alliance in their eyes. After 2 years of peace, the Blazing Mist Flow Zone had become increasingly hostile. The Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragons were no fools. Even if the Great Eastern Alliance had retreated, they would not have been able to compete with them. However, 2 years had passed and the Great Eastern Alliance had obediently stayed in the Fennel Flow Zone. The two sides had begun to have some conflicts and Wei Rong was one of them. In short, both sides were restraining themselves. They hadn't started a war because they were worried about the Great Eastern Territory Alliance. However, they weren't far from starting a war. It was because the Fire Domain had left behind such a fat piece of meat that everyone wanted to swallow it up. It wasn't just the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragons. Even the surrounding flow zones had their eyes on the Blaze Realms territory, and there was no lack of top powers from the 8 great flow zones backing them. It was impossible for Lu Yin and Wang Wen to have a detailed conversation across the entire universe. Wang Wenyi had only given Lu Yin a rough description of the 6th mainland's territory, and they had Lu Yin to thank for that. When the 6th mainland had attacked the 5th mainland, their main target had been the Innerverse. They had also waged war against the Outerverse, but they had all been blocked outside the Endless Weaves. This had caused the people of the Outerverse to not hate the 6th mainland as much. Many were unwilling to leave their homeland, and they had directly acknowledged the 6th mainland's rule. However, the 6th mainland's methods were not bad, and their rule had been very smooth. If the Outerverse had been the Innerverse, then the 6th mainland would not have been able to properly govern even a tenth of the Outerverse territory. Where there was a cause, there was an effect and there was nothing that could be done about it. Lu Yin could not have predicted that things would turn out this way. Next up was Wei Rong. Wang Wen was adept at controlling the entire situation while Wei Rong was adept at scheming. The combination of the two was the most effective method. Greetings, Your Highness. Compared to Wang Wen, Wei Rong was much more formal, but he also seemed distant. After all, he had been forced to join the Great Eastern Alliance, which was different from Wang Wen. Lu Yin and Wang Wen were friends, but he and Wei Rong were master and servant. I've already contacted Wang Wen. So what do you have to tell me? Lu Yin asked. Wei Rong replied, over the past 2 years I've joined forces with Xianxia and gained control of many of the Innerverse underground powers. Our intelligence network is not inferior to the Outerverse. Lu Yin nodded as information was very useful. Our Great Eastern Alliance has received the support of the Hall of Honor's upper echelons, and with Your Highness' disappearance, the Innerverse great powers no longer fear us. We've gradually established trade relations with the Innerverse 8 great flow zones, and the biggest change was the establishment of the Continental Shipping Company. The Continental Shipping Company is led by the Great Eastern Alliance, and we've joined forces with Endless Borders, Daystar Shipping Company, Leon's Armada, and Aurora Spacecraft Company to form a shipping company that spans the Innerverse and Outerverse, as well as the Cosmic Sea. We control the most routes in the Innerverse and Outerverse, and we're now the universe's largest shipping company. Lu Yin had not expected Wei Rong and the others to have been involved in such matters. Establishing a shipping company was definitely not Wei Rong's idea, but rather Xianxia's. Endless Borders controlled too many Outerverse shipping routes, and Lu Yin had only been able to purchase some through coercion and bribery. Later on, he had coincidentally joined Endless Borders and slowly gained a better understanding of the Innerverse shipping routes. The Innerverse shipping routes should have come from Daystar Shipping. Daystar Shipping was the largest shipping company and controlled the most shipping routes in the entire universe. With the protection of Leon's Armada, the shipping company was safe and efficient. They had also joined forces with the Aurora Spacecraft Company, and even the most basic shipping costs were covered. This was practically a free lunch. Wei Rong confidently said, Your Highness, the establishment of the Continental Shipping Company means that our Great Eastern Alliance will be able to deploy the greatest number of troops to the Innerverse and Outerverse in the shortest amount of time. Our efficiency far surpasses that of the 8 great flow zones and the Cosmic Sea's 4 hegemons. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement. Who's in charge of the Continental Shipping Company? Xianxia, Wei Rong replied. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Xianxia gave others the impression that she controlled the economy, and she could easily double the profits of her operations. Outsiders would think that she was in charge of the Continental Shipping Company for the sake of personal benefits rather than military matters. Lu Yin chatted with Wei Rong for almost an hour, and there was not much that they needed to report. Lu Yin wanted to confirm whether or not they had any ulterior motives, but it was a pity that he could not tell from their conversation. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. Through his conversation with Wei Rong, Lu Yin learned of a new enemy. Song Ying, one of the 9 directors of the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin had only heard of this person before, But he had not expected that this person would work with the Eastern Frontier. He was an enemy of the Alliance. This person had used his connections to ally with the directors of the Sword Sect and the Day-Night clan to find ways to cause trouble for the Continental Shipping Company. Elder Chan and the Head Inquisitor supported the Great Eastern Alliance, but they could not possibly pay attention to a small Continental Shipping Company. Furthermore, the 9 directors represented the interests of ordinary people. Strictly speaking, even Elder Chan could not interfere too much. Since Lu Yin was at Mount Glory, he could meet this director Tsong Ying and find out why this person was against the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin continued to contact Enya. She was the one who had planned and executed the plan to reclaim the Great Eastern Alliance. Even though Lu Yin relied more on Wang Wen and Wei Rong, he still valued Enya. Enya's report was similar to that of Wang Wen and the others. She was currently focused on the internal affairs of the Great Eastern Alliance. In just 2 short years, with the support of Leon's Armada and the others, the Great Eastern Alliance had not encountered any problems. Back then they had tried their best to unify the entire Outerverse, but now the powers that had joined the Great Eastern Alliance did not want to leave. The 6th mainland already occupied a third of the Outerverse, and ordinary people could adapt to the 6th mainland's rule. However, the various Weave's leading powers could not. For example, Myriad City had moved to Frostwave Weave. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of Aegis and the aura-concealing stone, and he immediately asked Enya about it. When Aegis had been taken in as a subordinate organization by Lu Yin using his identity as the Hall of Honor's Fatsi, all of its authority had been transferred to Enya. Enya could use his authority to access all of Aegis information, so she was the one who understood Aegis the most. Aegis has not changed much, but with the 6th mainland's invasion, their central weave will be occupied sooner or later. Your Highness, do you want them to move to Frostwave Weave? Enya asked. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment and then ended the call with Enya. He then contacted Star Fox. In the Outerverse, in a weave in the central weave, Star Fox was in a spacecraft that was flying west when his gadget suddenly rang. He glanced at it and saw an unfamiliar number. He connected and Lu Yin appeared on his screen. When he saw Lu Yin, Star Fox's expression changed as if he had seen a ghost. Long time no see, Star Fox. Lu Yin greeted him with a smile. Star Fox was stunned. You came back alive? What? Are you surprised? Lu Yin asked. Star Fox replied, not really, but it was very sudden. How's Aegis doing? Lu Yin asked. Star Fox was vexed. Not too good. Someone has set their sights on us. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The 6th mainland? Star Fox nodded. Of the 4 major corporations in the Outerverse, the Amethyst Trading Company has moved to Frostwave Weave. The Nalan family is also far away from the west. Endless Borders is cooperating with the Great Eastern Alliance to form the Continental Shipping Company, and their headquarters have also moved to Frostwave Weave. Only Aegis is in trouble. You can also move your headquarters to Frostwave Weave. I can provide a place for you, Lu Yin said. Star Fox solemnly replied, we've been operating our current headquarters for too long. We can't just leave whenever we want. Lu Yin looked at Star Fox and Star Fox's eyes flickered. Lu Yin looked away and smiled. Do as you wish. So who has set their sights on you? Star Fox's gaze turned cold. The D family. Lu Yin was astonished. The Bloodburn Realm? The D family? Star Fox nodded. We've already checked. The D family has also nurtured many assassins in the 6th mainland, and the bloodlines they look for are suitable for assassins. For example, the Bloodburn Realm's Realmling, DFA, has absorbed the bloodline of the Ghost Raccoon, which allows him to see through anything. He's born to be an assassin. Chapter 1559. If the D family is targeting you, can you still hold on? Lu Yin clearly didn't believe him. Star Fox replied, the D family's patriarch is dead and he died on the 6th mainland. This news is no secret. Lu Yin suddenly understood. The D family's patriarch is dead, and more than half of the D family's experts are either dead or scattered. The remaining ones still have to deal with the enemies they've accumulated over the years. They only sent someone to contact Aegis and ask us to think things through. Otherwise, if the D family was at its peak, Aegis would have been long gone, Star Fox said. Lu Yin relaxed. He didn't care about Aegis. After his experience in the Cosmic Tree domain, he didn't even care about the D family at its peak, let alone Aegis. There would always be a way to deal with them. What he cared about was the aura-concealing stone, which was a strange item. There were very few emissaries on the Fifth Mainland, and those who became emissaries couldn't pay attention to an assassin organization like Aegis. There were no emissaries within Aegis, which led to the aura-concealing stone being buried. This was what Lu Yin cared about the most. Aegis is still a subordinate organization of mine. Don't worry, I'll help you, Lu Yin said. Star Fox stared at Lu Yin, deep distrust in his eyes. He understood Lu Yin and he knew that he had to be repaid for his actions. Aegis' current existence was due to the Great Eastern Alliance, and the Great Eastern Alliance received information from Aegis, which was mutually beneficial. However, it was unrealistic to expect Lu Yin to help them unconditionally and become enemies with the D family unless he had some other plans. Alliance Master Lu, what do you want from Aegis? Star Fox asked. Lu Yin was disdainful. What can you give me? Star Fox thought about it, but he really couldn't think of anything. An expert? Blackface was Aegis' top assassin, but he only had a power level of around 300,000. Although he was very powerful in the Outerverse, he was still far from Leon's armada. Even the Hall of Honor's head Inquisitor supported Lu Yin, so what could Aegis give him? Lu Yin didn't say much to Star Fox, and he had Enya keep an eye on Aegis to prevent it from being swallowed by the D family. He would immediately head to the Outerverse after dealing with the Black Street. Now that he was done with his business, it was time to contact Big Sis. Lu Yin panicked when he thought of her. She was different from Long Shi, she was like a sister and a mother. This feeling of panic was contradictory, but it was very comforting. The light screen connected and an old woman with a face full of pockmarks appeared. She had a cigarette in her mouth and was puffing out smoke. Lu Yin almost fainted at the sight. Damned brat, you still know how to come back. The old woman spoke. It was precisely Big Sister's voice and her face was fierce. Lu Yin blinked. Big Sis? What do you think? Big Sister's tone turned cold and threatening. Lu Yin swallowed his saliva and forced out a dry laugh. Big Sis, you've changed again. Big Sister's cultivation technique caused her to undergo a myriad of transformations. Sometimes she would be ugly and sometimes she would be beautiful. This caused everyone around her to feel helpless. Even Heizage Leon felt a headache when he saw her. Big Sis snorted. Where did you go? We'll talk about this later. Big Sister, I'll have to trouble Leon's armada to help me keep an eye on Aegis. The Sixth Mainland's D family wants to deal with Aegis, so nothing must happen to Aegis. There's something I want there. Woman. Big Sister raised her eyebrows. Lu Yin was speechless. Oh. It's been so many years, yet you disappeared just like that. Hurry up and give me a son. No one will care if you die, Big Sister said roughly. Lu Yin was helpless. Got it. Uncle Reuben appeared behind Big Sis as well as a group of familiar and unfamiliar faces who greeted Lu Yin. After ending the call, Lu Yin felt a warmth in his heart. Talking to his family was different from talking to other people. He had left the call with Big Sis to the end because he wanted to preserve this warmth. Wait, Lu Yin suddenly thought of someone else. Xianxia. She was in charge of the Great Yu Empire's internal affairs, but Lu Yin did not care. With Enya and the others around, the Great Yu Empire would not be in trouble. What he wanted to know was how much money he had received over the next 2 years. Back when Zhao Ran had forgotten about his share, Lu Yin had taken note of it and told Xianxia to keep an eye on it. He did not ask Zhao Ran, but he could ask Xianxia directly. Your Highness, over the next 2 years the Great Eastern Alliance, the mainland's auction house, the mainland's shipping company and... Xianxia wanted to give him a detailed report, but Lu Yin cut her off. Just tell me how much it is. Xianxia looked up. 23,090,000. Lu Yin was not as excited as he had been when he had received his share. 20 million was not a lot. However, 2 years ago at the Realm Mountain he had only received a little more than 10 million, and that was for 8 years of benefits. Now 20 million was for 2 years, which was a huge jump. It was still all right. He told Xianxia to keep the money. With his current wealth he could easily come up with a figure that far exceeded this sum, so there was no need to rush to withdraw it. He looked up and let out a long breath. After contacting many people he finally understood what had happened during the past 2 years. It had already been a few hours. Lu Yin disappeared and returned to the top floor of the tower. Zijing was humming a tune as she leisurely watered the flowers. The tea was still warm. Where's Bai Qian? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Zijing replied. He said he went home. Home, Earth. Zijing was a gentle person, and anyone who faced her would unconsciously feel at peace. Lu Yin chatted with her for a while and thanked her before leaving the Starlink realm. He headed to the Lockbreaker realm as he wanted to increase his lock-breaking level. Currently he was a 1-star boundless advanced lockbreaker. This was not the full extent of his abilities and he was confident that he could break through to a higher level. When he arrived at the Lockbreaker realm again, Lu Yin was not surprised by the 6 ancient spirit arrays. He had been shocked at first, but after seeing unlimited energy source boxes and arrays were no longer as shocking. That was what was truly shocking, as it could even withstand a progenitor. There was a planet in the Lockbreaker realm that belonged to him, and he could enter and leave as he pleased. This time he still wanted to find Gui Juanheng, but halfway there he heard a voice. He turned around and flew in the direction of the ancient spirit sea. Not long after, Lu Yin landed on the ancient spirit sea's ancient spirit continent. This was where many lockbreakers took their examinations, and it was also the holy land that many lockbreakers from the 5th mainland yearned for. Lu Yin did not head to the examination site, but instead headed in a certain direction. That direction was where the Lockbreaker Association's president Xiao Ming lived. The 5th mainland had 2 origin heavenly masters. One was a supreme sage heavenly master and the other was Xiao Ming. Lu Yin had not expected that his arrival would attract Xiao Ming's attention. Although supreme sage heavenly masters and Xiao Ming were both heavenly masters, their paths of development were different. Supreme sage heavenly masters were more inclined towards battle, while Xiao Ming focused on lock-breaking and studying sourcebox arrays. Lu Yin quickly arrived at Xiao Ming's residence. The environment was simple: a thatched cottage, a flower bed, and a waterfall in the distance. It looked like a normal person's place of seclusion. A normal cultivator might have just walked in, but Lu Yin's eyes were filled with star energy and he could see rune lines. After arriving at the 5th mainland, he could finally see rune lines again. With rune lines he could use the Aeon evolution scripture, which meant that his power level had risen to a whole new level. Although there were many places in the Neoverse where rune lines could not be seen, such as Everlasting Island, Lu Yin could still see them clearly here. Xiao Ming's residence had a sourcebox array set up, but it did not have any offensive capabilities. Lu Yin did not need to decipher the sourcebox array in order to enter. He followed the path of water plants and slowly approached the waterfall. The first person he saw was not Xiao Ming, but Wu Dan, the most gifted lockbreaker in the Lockbreaker realm. Wu Dan also saw Lu Yin and was astonished. "You're still alive?" This was the first thing many people would say when they saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, "I'm lucky to have survived." Wu Dan felt rather uncomfortable. Back in the Lockbreaker realm, he had told Lu Yin that he would show everyone how lockbreakers fought during the Sovereign Tournament. He had been very arrogant at the time, but unfortunately he had been defeated by Bukong. "Did Xiao Ming send you here?" Wu Dan asked. Lu Yin nodded and faced the thatched cottage. Junior Lu Yin greets Xiao Ming. The thatched cottage's door slowly opened and a man appeared in front of Lu Yin. He looked slightly older than a middle-aged man, but he could not be considered an old man. Lu Yin had assumed that Xiao Ming was an old man. After all, Xiao Ming had reached the level of an origin array heavenly master and had lived for a very long time. Wu Dan saw Xiao Ming walk out and immediately bowed. Xiao Ming looked at Lu Yin with a smile. "You've been here for 2 years. Are you planning to increase your lock-breaking level?" Wu Dan was shocked and looked back at Lu Yin. He was also a 1-star boundless advanced lockbreaker like Lu Yin, but he had advanced a step earlier than Lu Yin. He had thought that this step would increase the gap between them. After all, Lu Yin had gone missing and many people had guessed that he had been killed by the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin respectfully replied, "I feel that I can increase my lock-breaking level, so I came to the lock-breaker realm to give it a try." Arrogant. Wu Dan could not help but mock Lu Yin. He wanted to increase his lock-breaking level in a mere 2 years? Throughout the history of lockbreakers, such a situation had only occurred to discerning elementary lockbreakers, and that was only if they were extremely talented. Everyone needed to spend at least 100 years to increase their lock-breaking level to perceptive intermediate or even boundless advanced lockbreakers. Even if he wanted to increase his lock-breaking level to the next level, it would probably take him more than 100 years. Xiao Ming walked under the waterfall. If you want to increase your lock-breaking level, you need to unlock a corresponding number of source boxes. Lu Yin had naturally researched this before. If he wanted to become a 2-star boundless advanced lockbreaker, he would need to unlock at least 4 1-star source boxes and 1 more 2-star source box. Previously, on Dragon Mountain, Celestial Master Qiuling had given him 3 source boxes that she had played against him. One of them was a 3 stars boundless advanced source box, which was the 3rd toon-type source box to be added. 2 1-star boundless advanced source boxes and 1 3 stars boundless advanced source box were enough for him to become a 2-star boundless advanced lockbreaker. Lockbreaking 3 stars or even 4 stars boundless advanced source boxes was a shortcut to increasing one's lockbreaking level, and he had done so in the past. You want to continuously unlock boundless advanced source boxes? Wu Dan exclaimed. Lu Yin remained calm as he was confident in his abilities. Chapter 1560. His rune lines, his arcane creation realm star energy, and his accumulated experience in controlling multiple source box arrays. More importantly, he had played chess with Celestial Master Qiuling, which had greatly improved his lockbreaking ability. He was confident that he could unlock a 5-star boundless advanced source box as long as he had the time. Xiaoming gazed at the waterfall. Over the years that the Lockbreaker Society has existed, we've advanced from 1-star boundless advanced lockbreakers to 2-star boundless advanced lockbreakers. On average, we've unlocked 10 1-star boundless advanced source boxes. Lu Yin's expression changed. Xiaoming continued. The assessment's requirement is that you only need to unlock 4 1-star boundless advanced source boxes and 1 2-star one. However, almost no lockbreaker participates in the assessment after meeting this requirement. This is because the path of lockbreaking is vast and boundless. You're confident that you can unlock 2 3-star 4-star or even 5-star boundless advanced source boxes, but do you really qualify to become a lockbreaker at the corresponding level? Lu Yin, how many source box arrays have you seen since you first started lockbreaking? Xiaoming asked. Lu Yin thought for a moment. Not many. Xiaoming asked the same question to Wu Dan. Wu Dan respectfully answered, I once entered the ancient spirit sea and saw one source box after another. There were all sorts of dangers and all sorts of shapes. Xiaoming looked at Lu Yin. Compared to Wu Dan, the source boxes you've seen aren't even a tenth of what you've seen. Perhaps it's only 1%. Lu Yin looked up. But I have the ability to unlock high-grade source boxes. A lockbreaker is a scholar who unlocks the universe's language. Source boxes are sealed by the universe, and lockbreaking is only one of the lockbreaker's abilities. Having the ability does not mean that you're a successful lockbreaker. You're an enlighter, so is your true strength only that of an enlighter? Xiaoming asked. Lu Yin could tell that Xiaoming did not want him to advance too quickly, but he did not understand. Even though Xiaoming had explained so much, he still did not understand. Xiaoming had a complicated expression. Since the inception of lockbreaking, many celestial masters have appeared, and almost none of them had good endings. Lu Yin's heart trembled and he looked at Xiaoming in shock. Wu Dan's gaze was sorrowful. Humans cannot surpass the universe's firmament, and source boxes are objects that have been sealed away by the universe. Lockbreakers are delusional in their desire to unravel the universe's secrets, and they have to bear great risks. You should be aware of this, which is why lockbreakers have such a high status, especially origin inscriptionists. They can set up source box arrays and turn something rotten into something miraculous. All of this is done by borrowing the universe's power, and if you borrow something you have to return it. Out of 10 origin inscriptionists, 9 will die while trying to unlock a source box. Do you think lockbreaking is that easy? Do you think that just because you can set up a source box array you can lockbreak as you please? Even an origin array celestial master can die while trying to unlock a source box, and the source boxes they unlock might not necessarily be high-grade ones. I don't want to hear that you died while trying to unlock a source box in the future. Do you understand? Xiaoming asked. Before this, his only impression of lockbreakers was that they held a lofty status. He had become a lockbreaker in order to deal with enemies with deep backgrounds. His goal had been impure, and even now it was still the same. He had been anxious to increase his lockbreaking level for the sake of his status and to gain the recognition of the Lockbreaker Society. He wanted to increase his own weight in the Fifth Mainland, and he had not truly placed any importance on lockbreaking. Xiaoming had long since noticed this, which was why he had said those words. He truly did not wish for a gifted lockbreaker to die while trying to unlock a source box due to arrogance. Lu Yin did not consider himself an arrogant person, but his current actions were indeed arrogant. In terms of background, he was far inferior to Wu Dan, and he had only surpassed her because of his innate talent and ability. However, in terms of understanding and devotion to lockbreaking, he was still far from her. Xiaoming raised a hand, revealing a scar on the back of his hand. This was left behind when I was a 5-star boundless advanced lockbreaker while unlocking a perceptive intermediate source box. If my luck had been a bit worse back then, I would not be here today. Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. Wu Dan was not surprised, as she had clearly heard of this matter before. All lockbreakers who have come to the lockbreaker world have at least heard of this matter. Lu Yin, this must be your first time, Xiaoming said. Lu Yin respectfully replied, this is the first time this junior has heard of it. Because your heart is not in lockbreaking, Xiaoming said. Lu Yin did not deny it. Wu Dan angrily glared at Lu Yin. Lockbreaking was her lifelong pursuit, and she had placed everything on lockbreaking. However, the only person in front of her that she had acknowledged as someone who surpassed her in lockbreaking actually did not care about lockbreaking at all. At this moment she felt an uncontrollable anger towards Lu Yin as well as a sense of helplessness. It was like someone who had casually surpassed someone else's lifelong pursuit. That kind of sullen feeling was indescribable. The more you don't care about lockbreaking, the more likely you are to die in it. Countless examples have proven this point, Xiaoming said calmly. He then looked at Lu Yin. As the president, I have the authority to issue a test to any lockbreaker. Thus, your test will be to explore the ancient spirit sea and record the forms of 100 source boxes. Lu Yin was astonished. Then I can become a 2-star boundless advanced lockbreaker? Xiaoming was helpless as this brat was still not giving up. He really did not care about lockbreaking at all. We'll talk about it later. Lu Yin pursed his lips. He only wanted to improve, and he had listened to Xiaoming's words and reflected on them. His conclusion was that he would talk about it in the future and try not to lockbreak as much as possible. However, he would not give up on lockbreaking. His boundless motivation made him yearn for it, and he hoped that he would one day be able to set up a source box array that would benefit the entire human race. This was a distant dream that he had only dreamed of after the Lu family's monarch descent tree. It was not too important, but he still hoped that he could achieve it. Right now he just wanted to improve his lockbreaking skills. Senior, this junior will head to the ancient spirit sea first, Lu Yin said. There were many things that he needed to settle before he left, as this trip would take too much time. As she watched Lu Yin leave, Wu Dan was unconvinced. I'll surpass him one day. Xiaoming sighed. Some people are born with innate talent. Compared to others, you're already considered a genius lockbreaker. Even if your cultivation is not at the peak of your generation, it's not bad either. Combined with your source box array, you're definitely at the peak. But compared to this kid. He did not finish his sentence, not because he wanted to attack Wu Dan, but because he wanted the youth to recognize reality. He had seen the unwillingness in Wu Dan's eyes, and he did not want Wu Dan to realize the unreachable gap between them in the future. Compared to Lu Yin, Xiaoming valued Wu Dan more. Wu Dan was the true successor of the Lockbreaker Society. Lu Yin would never take over the Lockbreaker Society as his heart was not on this matter. The ancient spirit sea was nurtured by the 6 ancient spirit array, which formed a strange ocean that nurtured source boxes. If the boundless motivation was the most magnificent and shocking source box array that Lu Yin had ever seen, then the 6 ancient spirit array was the most mystical source box array that he had ever seen. No one would believe that source boxes could nurture source boxes. Even in the cosmic tree, Lu Yin had never heard of such a source box array. With a plop, he charged into the ancient spirit sea and dove in to search for the source boxes that were being nurtured. 100 didn't sound like much, but if Xiaoming was willing to give him such a mission, it was clear that he wasn't joking around. Quite a distance away from where Lu Yin had jumped into the ancient spirit sea, many lockbreakers had gathered at the edge of a cliff and were looking at a group of people on the cliff. Do you think those fellows are dead? No, there are some high-grade source boxes in the ancient spirit sea that are dangerous, but at their level they should be able to sense them ahead of time. The Innerverse Lockbreaker Society has really produced geniuses. 3 young perceptive intermediate lockbreakers have appeared all of a sudden. With a whoosh, a figure charged out from the bottom of the sea and leaped onto the cliff, panting heavily. If Lu Yin had been here, he would have recognized this person as his former classmate from the Astral Combat Academy, Astral Axis leader, Dao Bo, who had once helped Lu Yin. When Dao Bo appeared, the surrounding lockbreakers all looked at him. Someone asked, "Kid, how many source boxes did you record?" Dao Bo was panting heavily, and there were plants that looked like seaweed coiling around his back. They had cut through his skin and caused him to bleed profusely. 19. What level are they? Dao Bo was silent for a moment. 17 discerning elementary and 2 perceptive intermediate. Not bad, that person said. The surrounding people also started discussing. Not bad. He's only a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, but he was able to record the forms and dangers of so many source boxes in the ancient spirit sea without suffering any injuries. At that moment, another figure charged out from the bottom of the sea. It was Casanova. 3 of the Innerverse Lockbreaker Society's 5 prodigies had come, and they would all be cultivating in the lockbreaker world from now on. There were other lockbreakers in the lockbreaker world who were of the same generation as them, but none of them were as strong as them. Even though Wu Dan was a boundless advanced lockbreaker, they still had to challenge her based on her results. How many source boxes did you record? Dao Bo asked. Casanova was vexed, and a piece of flesh had been torn off from his shoulder. Those dangers were too sinister, and I almost lost my life. Dao Bo was bitter, as it was not easy to record the forms and dangers of source boxes. The forms were easy to record as one could clearly see them after circling around them, but the dangers of source boxes needed to be personally experienced. With their cultivations, they did not dare to come into contact with the dangers of perceptive intermediate source boxes. There were also some source boxes that they could not even see through, so recording them was even more difficult. 23 source boxes for perceptive intermediate and 19 discerning elementary, Casanova muttered. The surrounding people gasped in surprise, as even the older generation of perceptive intermediate lockbreakers might not be able to do better. The Innerverse Lockbreaker Society's 5 prodigies had long since spread to the lockbreaker world, and they were second only to Wu Dan in their generation. It was reasonable for them to have such results, but they were still far from being comparable to Wu Dan. Again, "There's no time limit anyway," Dao Bo said. Casanova was helpless. "If I have the time, I'd rather find 1 or 2 beautiful lockbreaker sisters to chat with." Dao Bo coldly replied, "Up to you, but Wu Dan is the most popular young lockbreaker in the lockbreaker world." Casanova became unhappy when he heard this, and he somersaulted back into the ancient spirit sea. Elsewhere, Lu Yin discovered a source box not long after entering the ancient spirit sea. Chapter 1561. The source boxes within the ancient spirit sea had to be exchanged with other source boxes. Lockbreakers could use source boxes from the outside world to exchange for source boxes, but they could not directly take them away. Lu Yin easily approached the source box. It was only a discerning elementary source box, and the killing intent it emitted could not even scratch his skin. Lu Yin easily recorded its form and killing intent before leaving. Next, he quickly discovered the second source box as well. His domain was vast, and although he did not check the number of rune lines out of caution, the fluctuations of star energy combined with his domain allowed him to easily discover the source box. The 3rd, the 4th, the 12th. Finally, the 13th source box was no longer a discerning elementary source box, but a perceptive intermediate one. This source box's killing intent was rather unique, and it had a very strong repulsive force. Most enlighters could not even approach it. Lu Yin stepped next to the source box, recorded its form, and then left. Half a day later, another lockbreaker also approached the source box and tried to approach it. He wanted to use his perceptive intermediate source box to exchange for this source box. This source box's killing intent was very suitable for his technique, and he guessed that there might be something inside that would be useful to him. Unfortunately, the perceptive intermediate lockbreaker could not approach the source box, so he could only dejectedly leave. In a single day, Lu Yin had recorded 27 source boxes, and at this rate he should be able to finish quickly. However, he did not realize that he had already circled around the upper levels of the ancient spirit sea. If he wanted to search for more source boxes, he would have to descend, and the further down he went, the higher the grade of the source box. On the other side, Dao Bo climbed up the cliff once more, feeling rather helpless. He had discovered no less than 3 source boxes in a single day, but their killing intent prevented him from approaching them, so he could not record them at all. Casanova was the same, and the two of them came up together as if they had agreed beforehand. Among the source boxes that Wu Dan recorded, there should be a boundless advanced source box, right? Casanova asked. Dao Bo nodded. Yes. Casanova was helpless. How can we compare? Even if a boundless advanced source box was placed in front of us, we wouldn't be able to record it. We can't even approach it. At this moment, a figure charged out of the sea. It was the leader of the Immerse Lockbreaker Society's 5 prodigies, Lightfeather. He was a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker who was only 1 step away from Wu Dan, but he could not take that step no matter what. How is it? Casanova asked. Qing Zhiyu's expression was heavy. It can't compare to Wu Dan. Nonsense. Casanova rolled his eyes. Hey kid, how many did you record? Someone asked. They had all been drawn here by Lightfeather. After all, within the same generation, Lightfeather was considered to be second only to Wu Dan. Lightfeather raised her head. 32, 7 perceptive intermediate and 24 discerning elementary. That's 31. Casanova did some quick calculations and then he looked at Lightfeather in shock. You recorded the boundless advanced source boxes? The surrounding people were also surprised. Lightfeather raised his hand, and the crowd discovered that his palm had turned black. Clearly he had been poisoned. I recorded a boundless advanced source box, but the source box's danger is poison. I've already been poisoned. Hey, are you crazy? Are you all right? Casanova's expression changed. Qing Zhiyu shook her head. It's not deep. It's just a little painful. Dao Bo's gaze was resolute. Continue. With that, he jumped into the ancient spirit sea. Casanova had no choice but to meet Lightfeather's gaze and jump down as well. Lightfeather rested for a moment before turning around and continuing to charge forward. Once they entered the ancient spirit sea, they would represent the Immerse Lockbreaker Society, and they could not be too inferior to Wu Dan. Dao Bo followed the seawater and found a source box. However, he had already recorded all of the source boxes in the first layer, and most of them were discerning elementary source boxes. His gaze was resolute as he continued to descend. After a while, he discovered traces of a source box and sped up. He quickly saw a source box that looked like a gourd and was as large as a small mountain. Occasionally, red lines would spread out from the source box like waves, and they would disappear after traveling a certain distance. Dao Bo could not tell what type of source box's danger these red lines were. He raised his hand to sense his star energy, but he could not detect them either. His domain could not detect them either. He thought about it for a moment and slowly approached until he reached the point where the red lines had disappeared. He raised his hand to touch the seawater, but he still could not sense anything. In the distance, the gourd source box released more red lines that spread out and gradually approached Dao Bo. If he wanted to record a source box's danger, then he needed to know what kind of danger this source box contained. Dao Bo hesitated for a moment before releasing his domain once more. It swept past the red lines, but he still could not sense anything. He could only raise his hand and slowly touch the red lines. They grew closer and closer, and just as his hand was about to touch the red lines, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Dao Bo's hair stood on end. Someone had actually appeared behind him without him noticing. His domain was not completely withdrawn, and he suddenly turned around to see a familiar face that had left a deep impression on him. Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. Senior, suicide is not a good habit. Dao Bo was shocked, and he looked at the red lines that had disappeared less than a centimeter away from his finger. Are you talking about this? Lu Yin walked past Dao Bo and raised his index finger to sweep past the red lines, twisting them and tearing them apart. Faint red spots floated out and one of them landed on Dao Bo's hand. Dao Bo's hand instantly became charred and he did not even have time to react. Lu Yin pressed down with his hand, and the high temperature that was burning Dao Bo's hand suddenly disappeared. Dao Bo was confused. What's this? Lu Yin tossed the high temperature towards the gourd source box. He had used his arcane creation realm star energy to absorb the high temperature, or else it would have been very difficult for him to help Dao Bo escape. Even though it had only been an instant, Dao Bo's hand had been severely injured. However, this injury was nothing as he had medicine that could heal it. Thank you, Dao Bo said in a low voice as he looked at his hand with lingering fear. It had been very painful, and if not for Lu Yin, the pain would have engulfed his entire body, and he would have been roasted to death. That kind of death was unbearable. At the same time he was also shocked by Lu Yin's strength. He had not been able to withstand the red spots, but Lu Yin had been fine after touching the red lines. Just what level had this person reached? Senior, why are you here? Lu Yin asked curiously. Daobo bandaged his hand. Regardless of whether it's the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society or the Innerverse Lockbreaker Society, as long as they have the qualifications, they want to come to the Lockbreaker world to cultivate. We are the same. Are the Distinguished Five all here? Lu Yin asked. Daobo shook his head. There are no Distinguished Five. When the Sixth Mainland invaded the Innerverse, 2 of the Distinguished Five died in battle. Before the Autark tournament I successfully became a 1-star Perceptive Intermediate Lockbreaker, so I've filled in 1 spot. However, there's still 1 vacancy. Lu Yin, I heard that you went missing. What happened? Daobo asked. Lu Yin had a good impression of Daobo, as this person had helped him in the Astral Combat Academy. Although Daobo had not mentioned it, Lu Yin had later learned that Daobo was a senior worthy of respect. I was unlucky and went to an unpleasant place. It's been 2 years but I've finally returned. Good. The Neo-Human Alliance is everywhere, so you have to be careful in the future. With your innate gift they'll definitely keep an eye on you. Lu Yin snickered inwardly. The Neo-Human Alliance probably wanted him to be as strong as possible so that they could unify the Fifth Mainland as soon as possible and cause internal strife in the astral trees. To a certain extent, although they were enemies, they were on the same side, which was truly disgusting. Senior, do you want this source box? Lu Yin asked. Daobo replied, it's my first time here, so I have to do something to show them. Besides, we also want to know how big the gap is between us and Wudan. The gap was too big. Lu Yin wanted to say this, but he did not, as it would be too much of a blow. I'm also recording source boxes. Senior, can I help you? Daobo seriously replied, no need, I'll do it myself. Lu Yin nodded. Then take care of yourself. It's best not to touch a source box that you can't see clearly. By the way, this source box should be at the level of a 2-star boundless advanced source box. Even Wudan might not be able to escape unscathed. He then bid farewell to Daobo. Daobo watched Lu Yin's departing figure and suddenly remembered that this junior of his was also a boundless advanced sourcebox lockbreaker. He had not only relied on his own strength to directly face a sourcebox's danger, but also his lock-breaking ability. This person might very well surpass Wudan. Innate gift was not something that could be forced. Daobo was worshipped by countless people in this region of the universe, and he was also envied by many for his innate gift. However, he actually felt the same way when facing Lu Yin. It was not jealousy but rather a sullen feeling that he could not touch Lu Yin. He did not know that Wudan, the target of the 5 aces, also felt the same way when facing Lu Yin. Lu Yin recorded the gourd source box and continued his search. When Lu Yin recorded 50 source boxes, he discovered that the further he went the more difficult it became. This was especially so when he accidentally saw a palm-sized source box with an irregular shape. He felt helpless as this source box was not fixed in place and was constantly moving. The source box's danger was also fixed within a 1-meter radius of the source box, which was a very small area. Lu Yin could not approach it even if he wanted to, and he could only watch as the source box disappeared. Following that, he encountered more and more situations like this. In the depths of the ancient spirit sea, he encountered a source box that released a terrifying attack. Lu Yin's universal armor and metal puppet were both destroyed, and when faced with a source box with a power level of over 600,000, he had to avoid it. Boundless advanced source boxes released varying amounts of danger. Some were only at the level of an enlighter while others were at the level of an emissary. Lu Yin could only retreat whenever he encountered one. He had already stayed in the ancient spirit sea for more than 10 days and had recorded more than 70 source boxes. The further he went, the more difficult it became. Although the ancient spirit sea was vast, there were not many source boxes, and it seemed as if the number would always remain the same. Whenever someone took a source box, another would be sent into the ancient spirit sea. It was very difficult for the number of source boxes to change. Lu Yin guessed that there were more than 100 source boxes in the ancient spirit sea. If there were, then Xiaoming would be too disgusting. This was a mission that Lu Yin could not complete at the moment. On this day, Lu Yin discovered a perceptive intermediate source box, which should have been easy to record. However, the perceptive intermediate source boxes that he encountered had formed a source box array. There were a total of 3 perceptive intermediate source boxes, and the danger from the source boxes had adapted to each other, forming some sort of source box array that Lu Yin could not approach. Chapter 1562. Lu Yin felt helpless as any source box array was not easy to deal with. Furthermore, he had to disassemble the array and record the danger of each source box individually. With his current abilities, he might be able to do so if he studied it for a while, but he did not have the time to do so. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly looked behind him and saw a man approaching. The man looked rather old and had a solemn expression. He stopped at a position similar to Lu Yin's and stared at the 3 perceptive intermediate source boxes. "Senior, you are?" Lu Yin asked. The man looked at Lu Yin. "Su Feng." Lu Yin had never heard of him. "Junior Lu Yin." "I know, I watched your competition," Su Feng replied. He then looked at the 3 perceptive intermediate source boxes. "It's a bit complicated, but there are many cases of source boxes unintentionally forming source box arrays in the universe. I'll need to study them for a while." "Then I won't disturb Senior any longer," Lu Yin said and turned to leave. Su Feng said, "Wait." Lu Yin looked at Su Feng. "Are you recording the source boxes?" "Yes." "How many have you recorded?" 76. Su Feng was shocked. "You must have just arrived at the ancient spirit sea." Lu Yin calculated. "About 10 days. Su Feng sighed. As expected of a genius who surpassed Wu Dan. He then sighed. "If I had your talent, I would have recorded all the source boxes in the ancient spirit sea by now." "Senior, how many source boxes have you recorded?" Lu Yin asked curiously. Su Feng smiled bitterly. "Barely over 100. How many source boxes are there in the ancient spirit sea?" Su Feng replied, 800 or so, or maybe 200. Lu Yin did not believe him. If there were more than 200 source boxes, how could he not have found them? The deeper you go, the higher the grade of the source boxes. The source boxes nurtured by the 6 ancient spirit array also originate from the depths of the ancient spirit sea. The lockbreakers who come to the lockbreaker world are all extremely outstanding, and many of the source boxes in the ancient spirit sea are at the perceptive intermediate level. There are even fewer discerning elementary source boxes. Lu Yin looked down as he wanted to continue deeper. The deeper he went, the more advanced the source boxes. He did not believe that there were so many of them here, and the most of them were at the perceptive intermediate level. "Junior won't disturb Senior any longer." Lu Yin then left. Su Feng continued to look at the 3 perceptive intermediate source boxes. There were many people like him in the lockbreaker realm, as Xiaoming had once set a rule that anyone who could record all the source boxes in the ancient spirit sea would become his disciple. Over the next few days, Lu Yin intentionally searched for perceptive intermediate source boxes that were easier to record. He would also occasionally head to the upper levels of the ancient spirit sea to search for discerning elementary source boxes, which increased his efficiency. In just a few days he had recorded 100 source boxes. He was in a good mood when he arrived at Xiaoming's residence. "Junior Lu Yin greets Senior." Xiaoming looked at Lu Yin. "What, did you finish the record?" Lu Yin said, "This junior has completed his recording." He then activated his gadget, which clearly recorded the various source boxes' forms and dangers. Wu Dan watched curiously. Of the 100 source boxes, 36 were discerning elementary, 43 were perceptive intermediate, and 21 were boundless advanced. Wu Dan clenched his fists when he saw the record of 21 boundless advanced source boxes. He had also recorded 100 source boxes, but he could not compare to Lu Yin in terms of time or the grades of the source boxes he had recorded. He had also seen a calabash that he had never been able to get close to in the past. He had seen the record of nearly half of the boundless advanced source boxes. He had seen these source boxes long ago, but he had never been able to get close to them. Xiaoming was not surprised that Lu Yin had been able to record them. "What are your thoughts?" Lu Yin answered seriously, "There are no similar source boxes in the universe. This trip to the ancient spirit sea has made up for this junior's lack of knowledge regarding source boxes." "Make up for it? You still don't understand the path of lock breaking," Xiaoming said. Lu Yin felt helpless. Was this person trying to stop him? "Forget it. Your mind isn't on lock breaking anyway. Unlock 2 1-star boundless advanced source boxes and 1 3-stars boundless advanced source box," Xiaoming said. Lu Yin was delighted, as this meant that he was being allowed to advance. "President, this disciple has a request. Wu Dan suddenly spoke up and faced Xiaoming. This disciple would like to have a game with Lu Yin. Lu Yin's brows rose. A game? Wu Dan looked at Lu Yin provocatively. Lu Yin, do you have the guts to play a game? It's an Origin Array Masters game. Lu Yin blinked. What game? Eternal Perimeter, Wu Dan said arrogantly as he believed that Lu Yin did not know. Lu Yin did not speak and simply looked at him. Eternal Perimeter is a game that has been passed down since ancient times, and it's popular among Origin Array Masters. The rules are very simple. Wu Dan began to explain as he truly believed that Lu Yin did not know. Before going to Dragon Mountain, Lu Yin had indeed not known about it. However, on Dragon Mountain, Celestial Master Qiuling had opened the door for him to learn about Eternal Perimeter. Honestly, Lu Yin liked this game, but could he tell Wu Dan that he had played against the Celestial Master? Even the Celestial Master had praised him. That game had shocked countless people, including Grandmaster Denghua, a Realm Origin Array Master. How about it, Lu Yin? Do you have the guts to play a game? Wu Dan stared at Lu Yin provocatively. He could not accept this outcome. How could this person surpass him when his mind was not focused on lock-breaking? Celestial Master Xiao favored Lu Yin even more. Even if Lu Yin's intentions were not pure, Wu Dan had not been affected that much in terms of lock-breaking or the Sovereign Tournament. Eternal Perimeter was a comprehensive test of a lock-breaker's understanding and control of the dangers of source boxes. It was a very comprehensive test that included innate talent. If one could defeat Lu Yin with an Eternal Perimeter, then that would mean that they were not inferior to this person. Alright, if you want to play, I'll play with you, Lu Yin said. Wu Dan was delighted. I won't bully you. The first game will be a chance for you to understand. Let's officially begin with the second game. He then turned to Xiaoming. President, please be the judge. Xiaoming smiled. Eternal Perimeter. It's been a long time since I've played against the Elysium Master and I really miss it. Alright, let's play with these two source boxes and I'll be the judge. He then casually tossed out two 1-star boundless advanced source boxes. This was already the most basic game of Eternal Perimeter. Only an Origin Array Master could play a game like this, and only an Origin Array Master could play it. Of the two source boxes, one was accompanied by a gray fog the moment it appeared. If one looked closely, they would discover that it was not fog, but rather some unknown power that had distorted the void to form invisible wrinkles. Only when there were too many wrinkles would it appear to be fog. The other source box was a formless danger that could not be seen. It was a sound that could not be heard, but it was a sound that could shake the void. Neither source box's danger was very powerful. This was done to take care of Wu Dan since he was only a hunter. The two source boxes' danger came into contact and fused together. They cancelled each other out, but they also acted on each other to form a fixed game. Xiaoming waved his hand and star energy spread out from the source box's danger. Most of the star energy was then wiped out, and the remaining star energy transformed into black and white chess pieces that floated within the game. You may begin. Choose your pieces, Xiaoming said. Wu Dan looked at him. You choose first. White, he casually said. Wu Dan solemnly said, Alright, I'll choose black. The game will begin and you may enter at any time. Even if I don't enter, you can still destroy all the black chess pieces as long as you have the ability to do so. Lu Yin nodded. Just like when he had played against Celestial Master Qiuling, he first observed the game. Wu Dan did the same. After about half an hour, Wu Dan's expression grew more and more solemn. The game was very complicated, and although it was not very powerful with his ability, it would be very difficult for him to enter without disturbing the source box's danger. Once he did, the consequences would be unpredictable. As a proud and talented Origin Array Master, he would not do anything that he was not confident in. He could not help but look at Lu Yin, and he was stunned when he saw that the latter had moved. Xiaoming also looked at Lu Yin. At the same time, several other lockbreakers arrived at Xiaoming's residence. There were both men and women, and all of them were the upper echelons of the lockbreaker world as well as Origin Array Masters. Eternal Perimeter was both a game and an effective way for Origin Array Masters to learn and improve themselves. Origin Array Masters would not easily miss out on any game, and this was one of the reasons why Eternal Perimeter had been passed down to this day. Someone was astonished when they saw Lu Yin move. It's only been half an hour. Is he that confident? It's his first time playing after all, so he wants to take the risk and experience it for himself. If he disturbs the sourcebox's danger and causes the black and white chess pieces to be destroyed, then he'll lose. Lu Yin cut into the game at a strange angle under everyone's watchful eyes, and then he raised his hand and moved. The sourcebox's danger was disturbed, and a chain reaction was set off. The inaudible sound combined with the gray fog quickly destroyed the black star energy within the game. White star energy was also destroyed, but it was very little. This was unavoidable. Wudan was shocked and in disbelief. How was this possible? Even an idiot could tell that Lu Yin had not accidentally disturbed the sourcebox's array. He was playing chess, and just like when he had played against Celestial Master Qiuling, he was destroying his opponent's chess pieces. Lu Yin had improved tremendously after playing against Celestial Master Qiuling. Besides, the dangers of these two sourceboxes were not as complicated as the ones that Celestial Master Qiuling had set up. Perhaps they were too complicated for Wu Dan, but Lu Yin could see them clearly. Wu Dan stared blankly at Lu Yin as he destroyed the black star energy step by step. In the end, he was unable to move a single step. The surrounding Origin Array masters were stunned as well, as Lu Yin had been so fast. Xiaoming's eyes were filled with admiration. This was innate talent, and this kid's innate talent was too good. It was a pity though. If he had focused on lockbreaking, then the lockbreaker world would have been his, and he would have been able to control the Fifth Mainland's lockbreaking path. Lu Yin looked at Wu Dan. Sorry, it's over. How can this be? How are you so fast? Wu Dan could not believe it. Lu Yin shrugged. You were the one who said that I could enter earlier. Maybe I was just lucky. Wu Dan was not convinced. Let's play another game. Lu Yin did not refuse, as they had already agreed to play 2 games. Please. Celestial Master Xiaoming looked at Lu Yin deeply and then took out 2 sourceboxes. This time they were 1-star boundless advanced sourceboxes, and their danger was about the same as the previous 2. Everyone watched on. Half an hour later, Lu Yin moved again. This time Wu Dan moved as well. He had not fully recognized the danger of the sourceboxes, but he was unwilling to be crushed by Lu Yin. No matter what, he still wanted to play. The 2 entered the game at the same time. Chapter 1563. Lu Yin had not disturbed the sourcebox's danger, but Wu Dan had, causing a change that even Lu Yin could not control. Lu Yin could understand how Wu Dan felt. When Celestial Master Qiuling had made her first move, Lu Yin had not been able to control the changes in the game either. Now he was standing in Celestial Master Qiuling's position. Celestial Master Qiuling had shown mercy and allowed Lu Yin to deal with the situation calmly, but Lu Yin would not treat Wu Dan the same way. Wu Dan was not his son, and Lu Yin could see that Wu Dan was unwilling to accept this outcome. Lu Yin then raised his hand and disturbed the sourcebox's danger. Wu Dan wanted to see through the sourcebox's danger, but as soon as Lu Yin moved, he completely lost his composure. He could not even understand the sourcebox's danger. His back was struck by the danger and his body was flung away. Lu Yin controlled the danger to destroy all of the black pieces. The nearby array masters were shocked, as Lu Yin's display of power was shocking. Wu Dan lay on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. His gaze was dim. He had lost so miserably that he had not been able to retaliate at all. Lu Yin walked out of the game and bowed to Xiaoming. Senior, I'll head back to unlock the sourcebox. Xiaoming nodded. Go back. Yes, Senior. Lu Yin nodded at the few Origin Array Masters who were watching the battle and left. The Array Masters looked at Wu Dan. He was one of the top geniuses of the Lockbreaker world, and he had mastered sourcebox arrays at such a young age. He had considered himself a genius who stood at the pinnacle of his generation, but now he had been crushed. It was too sad. They grieved for him, as Wu Dan did not just represent himself, but also the entire Lockbreaker world. Xiaoming had them leave and then looked at Wu Dan. You should have been able to tell from your first defeat that the gap between the 2 of you is too great. Wu Dan was bitter. President, the gap should not be that great. Xiaoming sighed. His control over star energy has already reached the profound creation realm, and his domain has already surpassed the limits of this region of space. Even his abilities in all aspects and the number of sourcebox arrays he has come into contact with far exceeds yours. Wu Dan was confused. Sourcebox arrays? Xiaoming solemnly said, from the very beginning of the first round, I could tell that this was not his first time playing against Eternal's Radius. Furthermore, the number of sourcebox arrays that he has come into contact with and even researched far surpasses yours, and even surpasses that of the Daybreak Array masters. Perhaps the number of sourcebox arrays that he has mastered is comparable to that of the Daybreak Array masters. Otherwise, there is no way to explain his current abilities. Wu Dan's face was ashen. An array master. An array master. That was a level that he might not be able to reach even after hundreds of years. Lu Yin had left him far behind. Some people are dazzling from the moment they are born, while others remain unknown. However, this does not necessarily mean that they will be the same in the future. Xiao Mingru gently looked at Wu Dan. Your heart is purer than his, and you are more focused on the path of lock-breaking than him. It doesn't matter if your innate talent is inferior to his. If you can't catch up to him in 1 year, then take 2 years. If you can't catch up to him in 2 years, then take 10 years or even 100 years. Wu Dan slowly clenched her fists. But President, this disciple is still unwilling. Then continue competing with him until the day you surpass him, said Xiaoming. Wu Dan's gaze was resolute. Yes, President. After leaving Celestial Master Xiao Mingru's residence, Lu Yin left the ancient spirit continent and headed towards the planet that had been assigned to him. Reaching the level of a 2-star boundless advanced lockbreaker was something that he could currently do. If he wanted to advance any further, then he would have to spend a lot of time, and he could not afford to waste that time. There were too many things waiting for him to do. A few days later, Lu Yin finished unlocking his first source box. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He had obtained a red plant that resembled a ferocious beast from a 1-star boundless advanced source box. He did not recognize it, so he put it away before unlocking his second source box. Unfortunately, the second source box did not yield anything, so Lu Yin continued unlocking his 3 stars boundless advanced source box. He had high expectations for this source box, but the results were disappointing as there was nothing there. The astral tree of the cosmic tree's 2 beliefs about source boxes appeared in his mind once more. Some believed that source boxes could only be used to set up a source box array, while others believed that source boxes should be unlocked. If one could obtain something from unlocking it, then it would be worth it. However, most of the things inside source boxes had long since dissipated, and no one could tell which of these 2 beliefs was right. However, Lu Yin was leaning towards the first belief as he had suffered a huge loss. If he sold these 3 source boxes, he would be able to make quite a bit of money. He currently had a 1 billion star essence on him, and while it seemed like a lot, it would be gone once he used it. He could use it to upgrade any external item, and he still lacked money. Right, he also lacked external items such as the most important defensive item. How could he do that? He had to find something to make up for it. 2 1-star boundless advanced source boxes, 1 3 stars boundless advanced source box, and he had also recorded the forms and dangers of the 100 source boxes in the ancient spirit sea. This had allowed Lu Yin to reach the level of a 2-star boundless lockbreaker, which was not easy at all. Lu Yin sighed when he saw his lock-breaking level increase on his gadget. He wanted to continue improving. Even if Heavenly Master Xiao Inscriber did not obstruct him, he still needed to find enough source boxes to unlock, and boundless advanced source boxes were not that easy to obtain. At the same time, Heavenly Master Xiao Inscriber's words made Lu Yin vigilant. Source boxes were not that easy to unlock, and there were no identical source boxes in the universe. Furthermore, it was not possible to clearly see the exact level of each source box. If one was careless, they could be doomed eternally, just like Dao Bo. If not for Lu Yin, Dao Bo would have been dead by now after touching that red line. After increasing his lock-breaking level, Lu Yin's next step was to visit Song Ying. He wanted to see why this director was making things difficult for the Continental Shipping Company, but before that he wanted to find out more about this person. Before Lu Yin could leave the planet, 2 familiar figures arrived. They were 2 classic mushroom-headed people. We heard that you were here, so we immediately came to find you. Shao Qi pushed up his glasses with a cute expression. Lu Yin asked, do you need something from me? Shao Shi hugged a large history book. I heard that you defeated Wu Dan in a game of chess. Is that true? Lu Yin nodded. I won by a bit. Amazing. The 2 exclaimed, and their eyes almost turned into stars as they looked at Lu Yin. You were too amazing during the Sovereign Tournament. That was the image of the Grim Reaper. One day your name will be recorded in this book as well, Shao Shi praised. Lu Yin felt uncomfortable as these words sounded like they were cursing him to death. You should cut your mushroom hair as well. Nobody understands the romance of a mushroom hairstyle, and with your fame you'll be able to set the trend. Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. Xiaoshi nodded continuously with an expectant expression. Lu Yin thought about how the entire Great Eastern Alliance should cut their mushroom hair, and he felt a chill run down his spine. He did not continue the topic and instead looked at Xiaoshi. Tell me more about the Grim Reaper. Xiaoshi flipped through the book. I've already told you everything I can about the Grim Reaper. Don't be fooled by how big this book is. It actually records countless years of human history, so there's very little content. It records all of human history? Lu Yin was curious. The existence of the Grim Reaper had been proven to exist, and Lu Yin himself was one of the Grim Reapers. In that case, the contents of this book could be trusted. A portion of it, and there should be other books as well. This chapter is not finished, so please turn the page. The Historical Research Institute at Jiashan is gone, Xiaoshi said in distress. Are there really no more records about the Grim Reaper? Lu Yin was unwilling to accept this. Xiaoshi flipped through the book and read for a while Xiaoqi stared at Lu Yin and continued to instill the romance of a mushroom hairstyle into him. After a while, Lu Yin could not resist the urge to burn these two's mushroom hair. Xiaoshi exclaimed, There's more, but I don't know if it has anything to do with the Grim Reaper. Speak. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Xiaoshi placed a hand on the book and slowly said, The Grim Reaper's force field is dark without light. It's like a black smoke signal that warns the world. When the smoke rises, a great war will begin. Xiaoshi then continued flipping through the book. That's it? Lu Yin asked. Xiaoshi nodded. That's it. Where's the Grim Reaper's force field? Is there a specific description? Lu Yin asked. Xiaoshi replied, There's only one sentence and there's no specific description. Lu Yin was disappointed. It was like a black smoke signal that warned the world that a great war was about to begin. For this sentence to be recorded in this book and involve the Grim Reaper meant that the Great War would not be simple. However, it was too distant and even human history did not record such a distant event. Lu Yin thought about it and decided that he could investigate the history of ancient races, such as the Daoist clan or the Seven Courts, to find as much useful information as possible. He had a guess that the place with dense death energy beneath the Eternal Kingdom might be the Grim Reaper's force field. When he thought of this possibility, he immediately contacted Elder Zen and asked him to find the location of the Eternal Kingdom that had been destroyed by Mystery Progenitor. However, the information he received was disappointing. Mystery Progenitor had not told him the location of the Eternal Kingdom. Did he have to personally seek confirmation from Mystery Progenitor? Lu Yin really wanted to find the Eternal Kingdom and absorb the death energy there to strengthen his Grim Reaper transformation. At least he would not fall to the level of the Nine-Yang Cauldron transformation and be unable to keep up with his own progress. Lu Yin bid farewell to the duo and left the Lockbreaker realm under their expectant and disappointed gazes. He did not know when he would be able to return again. San Liang was one of the experts who guarded the Realm Mountain, and his power level was close to that of an emissary. His status in the Realm Mountain was not low, or else he would not have targeted him as a director. Lu Yin easily found San Liang's residence as he had no other choice. When he had first merged with San Liang's body, he knew many things about San Liang like the back of his hand. When San Liang saw Lu Yin arrive, his expression turned solemn. Alliance Master Lu, please enter. Lu Yin followed San Liang into the living room, and San Liang asked someone to pour tea for Lu Yin. San Liang's eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something while observing Lu Yin's actions. San Liang had studied psychology for a long time, and he could tell what a person was thinking just by looking at their actions. Lu Yin was amused and he picked up his teacup and took a sip. What do you see from my actions? San Liang was stunned. What do you mean, Alliance Master Lu? Lu Yin looked at him and moved the teacup away from him. What do you see from my actions? San Liang's expression changed not because of Lu Yin's actions, but because Lu Yin actually knew that San Liang was trying to figure out someone's thoughts based on their actions. Lu Yin actually knew that San Liang studied psychology, but that was impossible. No one knew, and that was San Liang's secret. Although I don't really study psychology, I can tell that your expression is full of shock. Then let me tell you something that might surprise you even more. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I had someone give you Wang Wen's contact information. San Liang's pupils shrank. It was you. End of chapter. Chapter 1564. He picked up his teacup again and took a whiff of the tea's fragrance. Looks like you're getting along well with Wang Wen. He quickly suppressed the shock in his heart as Lu Yin's words resolved the doubts in his heart. Back then, the contact information that had mysteriously appeared in front of his eyes, he tried to contact it and then hit it off with Wang Wen. One wanted to become a director and get external support, while the other wanted to arrange his own people in Jie Mountain. With Wang Wen's cooperation and the support of the Great Eastern Alliance, San Liang's courage had grown. He was especially clear that the Great Eastern Alliance had the support of Old Zen and the head inquisitor. In addition, Leon's armada was the leader of the four tyrants. These factors made San Liang dare to do many things. Now that he was getting closer and closer to the position of director, he was confident that he could obtain that position. However, even though everything went smoothly, there was one thing that made him feel uneasy. That was the person who left Wang Wen's contact information. How could that person leave his contact information without leaving a trace, and how did that person find him? He had asked Wang Wen about this before, but Wang Wen didn't say anything. He only told him that he would know when the time came. When Lu Yin had contacted Wang Wen, he had mentioned San Liang, and Lu Yin was well aware of San Liang's current situation. I'm not interested in what you and Wang Wen do. I just want to know about Director Tsong Ying's situation, Lu Yin said. Not only was this person before him the alliance master of the Great Eastern Alliance, but he was also the one who had pulled strings and given him the chance to become a director of the Great Eastern Alliance. He did not even dare to imagine just how powerful this person was. This person even dared to plot against a director of the Hall of Honor. He knew that he didn't have the ability to deal with this kind of person, so he might as well be a little more respectful. He knew that this person wanted an obedient director. I've also told Wang Wen about Director Kanjing's situation. It's actually very strange. Director Kanjing is a very stubborn person and is very principled. Once he sets his mind on something, he will definitely do it. He's not easy to get along with, but I've never heard of him deliberately using his power to deal with someone. Lu Yin listened quietly as the brief descriptions left him flabbergasted. Either this Director Tsong Ying was as adept at disguising himself as the old man, or he hated the Great Eastern Alliance. Otherwise, the Great Eastern Alliance was far away in the outerverse, and it was impossible for them to have any enmity with Lu Yin. Why would they deliberately make things difficult for the mainland's shipping company? I understand. Lu Yin put down his teacup and left. Before he left, he said, "You can look for me if you have any problems. I hope to receive any news from the 9 directors as soon as possible." As he watched Lu Yin leave, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, he was getting closer and closer to becoming a director. Director Ying's residence wasn't too far away from the unaging elder, and a normal person would never be able to reach it in their lifetime. However, with Lu Yin's speed, he could reach it very quickly. Lu Yin tore through the void and walked through World Mountain. Some people noticed him, but no one dared to stop him. The invincible Heizage incident had left a deep impression on World Mountain. The 9 great counselors could be considered to be people at the peak of Jie Mountain, yet they were still bullied to their doorstep. Elder Chan's protective attitude towards Lu Yin had turned the entire World Mountain into Lu Yin's backyard. Elder Chan was not the only one. The head inquisitor's attitude was also hard to fathom. Those who could survive in the World Mountain were not simple people, and no one would bother Lu Yin over such a small matter. Lu Yin requests an audience with Director Tsong Ying, Lu Yin said when he arrived outside the courtyard. He didn't consider himself a junior, as he wasn't here to pay a visit, but rather to negotiate. Director Tsong Ying's residence was different from the old man and the others. It looked like a courtyard, but it was squarish and orderly. It was obvious that he was a very principled and stubborn person. Not long after, Lu Yin was invited in. The person leading the way was a man who seemed to be a bodyguard. Lu Yin quickly met Director Tsong Ying. This person's appearance was similar to what San Liang had described. He had a stern expression that warned strangers not to approach. "Director Tsong Ying, how are you?" Lu Yin smiled. His tone was polite, and his attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. The 9 directors had a very high status in the past, but now they were nothing more than mediocre people. Tsong Ying didn't even offer Lu Yin a cup of tea, and his face was expressionless. "Alliance Master Lu, you've come to find me regarding the mainland's shipping routes?" Lu Yin nodded. "That's right. May I know how my Great Eastern Alliance has offended Director Tsong-ing that you would use your connections to think of ways to block the mainland's shipping routes? You've even proposed the dissolution of the mainland's shipping routes. Tsong-ing said in a low voice, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll be direct. It's because of the giant financial group. Lu Yin frowned. The giant financial group? He knew about this financial group as Daystar Shipping belonged to it. Alliance Master Lu, do you know that there's a branch of the giants that's extremely intelligent? At their peak, they created technological weapons that could rival the power of an envoy. This giant financial group was established on the ruins of their technology, Tsong-ing said. Lu Yin listened quietly. The giants are called humans, but they're a completely different race from humans. At the very least, I won't admit that the giants are humans. Some of the giants eat raw meat and drink blood, some are as strong as wild beasts, and some specialize in technology. My philosophy is to exterminate this strange race of giants. My ancestors once participated in the destruction of their technology, and now that their technology has been revived, I won't sit idly by, Tsong-ing continued. Lu Yin was puzzled. There are giants in the giant financial group? I'm not sure, and I haven't found anything yet. Otherwise, I would have already proposed to exterminate the giant financial group. Tsong-ing's gaze was grim and his face was filled with killing intent. Alliance Master Lu, if you don't cooperate with the giant financial group, I won't target the mainland's shipping routes. Think about it carefully. Lu Yin believed that he had said these words to Wang Wen and the others, but since Wang Wen and the others had rejected him, it proved the importance of Daystar Shipping, and Lu Yin couldn't agree to it either. Director Tsong-ing, isn't it a little too exaggerated for you to care so much about a financial group that was established in a destroyed civilization? The giant financial group has existed in the Innerverse for a long time. You said it yourself. The giant financial group even has the word giant in its name. I didn't notice it at first, but after Daystar Shipping started cooperating with your Great Eastern Alliance, someone reminded me. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Someone reminded me? Can Director Tsong-ing tell me who this person is? Director Tsong-ing fell silent. Lu Yin continued, since you're able to sit in this position, I trust that you're not stupid. It's not a good thing to become someone else's weapon. Shamrock Enterprises Yumu, Tsong-ing replied. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Yumu. He had forgotten about this person and he hadn't expected him to appear again. Thank you, Director Tsong-ing. Goodbye. Lu Yin left. If he didn't give up on Daystar Shipping, then the conflict between him and this director would never be resolved. This person's hatred for the giant financial group ran deep, and Lu Yin couldn't let him off so easily. Alliance Master Lu, I know that you have the support of many important figures, but I, Tsong-ing, have been a director for many years and have never made a mistake. Even Elder Chan can't easily remove me from my position. I'm different from old Bu, Director Tsong-ing said in a low voice as he stared at Lu Yin's departing figure. Lu Yin didn't even turn back and he didn't say a single word as he walked out. Alliance Master Lu, once giant technology recovers, it won't be a good thing. Back then it was the Hall of Honor that destroyed giant technology. All of the Hall of Honor's directors have agreed. If you insist on helping giant technology, then the consequences will be unthinkable. Director Tsong-ing's words gradually faded away. Lu Yin had already left as he wasn't in the mood to continue conversing with this person. He didn't dislike this person, but they had different ideals, which meant that this person was an enemy. Since this person was an enemy, Lu Yin wouldn't be polite. However, giant technology was something that Lu Yin had set his heart on, and he would definitely investigate it. After leaving Director Tsong-ing's place, Lu Yin sent Wei Rong a message that only contained 4 words. Investigate Tsong-ing thoroughly. He didn't care what Wei Rong wanted to do. There were already 3 Liang on the Realm Mountain, and Wei Rong would be able to obtain a lot of information about Tsong-ing. With information there would be a way to resolve the situation. It wasn't just 3 Liang, there was also Old Bu. Even though Lu Yin didn't want Ming Yen to participate in the war against the Neo-Human Alliance, Old Bu was still useful as a director. If 3 Liang successfully became a director, then 2 of the 9 directors would support his Great Eastern Alliance, which would be a pretty good outcome. As for the others, such as Director Exin, they would be apprehensive of Elder Chan's influence and wouldn't target Lu Yin. In the Hall of Honor, Lu Yin would have substantial authority to speak. As such, Lu Yin's final stop on the Realm Mountain was to pay a visit to the Interstellar Tribunal's head inquisitor. He really wanted to know why the head inquisitor kept helping him. The Interstellar Tribunal realm was eternally austere. There were only killings and trials here, and very few people were able to leave in one piece. Even with Lu Yin's status, which allowed him to roam the Realm Mountain like his backyard, he was still stopped when he arrived at the Interstellar Tribunal realm. Lu Yin couldn't contact the head inquisitor, so he could only contact Mu En. However, he was unable to contact Mu En. Lu Yin had thought that this trip would be a waste, but someone came to receive him. It was one of the three inquisitors, Death's Shadow. Of the three inquisitors, Death's Shadow was the strongest and had existed for the longest time. It was said that he was of the same generation as the head inquisitor, and he had a terrifying power level that exceeded 800,000. Death's Shadow was a shadow that merged with Lu Yin's own shadow, causing Lu Yin's back to turn cold as an extreme sense of insecurity enveloped him. "I'll take you to see the head inquisitor." This was what Death's Shadow said when he arrived, and Lu Yin could only nervously be dragged away by his own shadow. This reminded him of the ghost monkey, but he didn't know where that damned monkey was. Lu Yin had assumed that the head inquisitor lived on that incomparably large planet, and that was where he would receive his trial. However, Death's Shadow had dragged him to a corner of the Interstellar Tribunal realm. The Interstellar Tribunal realm was already incomparably dark, and there were only a few rotating stars. In this corner, it was so dark that not a single ray of light could be seen. Lu Yin couldn't even see his own hands, as light had completely devoured his vision. Lu Yin was an enlighter, but he couldn't see his own hands. This was the first time that he had experienced something like this, and it was completely different from the chaos that the witch spirit god had caused. Suddenly, the completely dark corner distorted and light gradually appeared. Lu Yin looked around and saw his own hands. The complete darkness in front of him had transformed into a human figure, and he hurriedly bowed. Junior Lu Yin pays his respects to the head inquisitor. Without Sage Wudi's support, Lu Yin was actually quite flustered. He didn't even know if the fact that he had stolen the head inquisitor's warrant had been exposed. "What's the matter?" the head inquisitor asked in an ethereal voice. Lu Yin respectfully replied, "Thank you, Lord Inquisitor, for supporting the Great Eastern Alliance." The head inquisitor remained silent. Chapter 1565. Lu Yin looked up and continued, "If it weren't for your words, the Great Eastern Alliance would not have been at peace for the past 2 years. I also have to thank you for your fairness during the trial. If justice needs to be thanked, then what's the point of having a balance?" the head judge asked. Lu Yin nodded. "You're right." The atmosphere fell silent. Lu Yin wanted to ask why the head judge had helped him, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. The head judge was the most powerful person in the human domain, and Lu Yin didn't know what to say. This place was just too austere. It was as if he was facing an executioner, a cold and emotionless executioner who was full of mystery. Even though Lu Yin had experienced being chased by a half-step ancestor, he was still a little nervous when facing this head judge. "You don't have to thank me. Although Master didn't specifically instruct me, since I accepted you as my disciple, I have an obligation to help you." The head judge's words left Lu Yin confused. "Master?" Lu Yin was confused. The head judge was shrouded in darkness and his voice was emotionless. "Mr. Mu." Lu Yin was shocked. "You're also Mr. Mu's disciple?" "More accurately, I'm one of his disciples." Lu Yin felt that this was absurd. The person he had always respected and worried about was actually a senior from the same master? The head judge's mysterious image instantly collapsed and his mouth fell open. "You're my senior?" "Yes." "You already knew that I was Mr. Mu's disciple?" "That's right." "So the trial was also intentionally helping me?" "If you've been modified, you'll be killed without mercy." Lu Yin blinked. "Master didn't tell me." The head judge replied, "You didn't ask either." Lu Yin was speechless. There was nothing wrong with this statement. "Then how should I address you?" Lu Yin asked. The head judge fell silent. "Lord Judge." Lu Yin was stunned. "You're still calling me Lord Judge? Do you want everyone in the universe to know about our relationship?" the head judge asked. "Nonsense," Lu Yin thought to himself. Of course, he wanted everyone in the universe to know that the powerful head judge of the Interstellar Arbitration Center was his senior. That would be great. "Can I?" "No." The head judge immediately refused. Lu Yin was disappointed. "You can leave now," the head judge said. Lu Yin looked at the pure black blob in front of him and he actually felt a sense of familiarity. This was a senior, a true senior. It was different from the way Lu Yin had addressed Lu Yin as a senior when he was an invincible upper sage. For a moment Lu Yin relaxed completely. When Master accepted me as a disciple he gave me a greeting gift." Lu Yin coughed as he looked at the head judge. The head judge fell silent once again. Then a familiar blood-red bell appeared and floated in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin blinked. What did that mean? Settle accounts after the autumn? "This is for you," the head judge said. Lu Yin gulped and feigned ignorance. "What's this?" "The order can affect a cultivator with a combat power of 1 million, said the head judge. Lu Yin accepted it and solemnly stowed it away. He naturally knew how to use this item, and it was precisely because of this item that Master Yuan had been able to withstand the 6th mainland's attack. Back then with Lu Yin's strength he had not been able to use this to its full potential. At most he would only be able to scare others, but things were different now. With this item no one would dare to attack him. Instead he would just shake them and cause them to become unstable. Then he would use his empty palm to deal with them. It was just like how he had used progenitor Wuxiang's hide and that gun to kill an enlighter who was a realm breaker. "Thank you, senior." Lu Yin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Let's go." The surroundings turned dark once more, and Lu Yin's body unconsciously moved as the shadow dragged him out of the arbiter realm. "Head judge, please wait. This junior still wishes to speak with the head judge." Lu Yin wanted to gain some more benefits. He wanted to defend himself against external objects and he wanted the best kind. Death's shadow ignored him and dragged him out of the arbiter realm. Lu Yin was speechless. Was he being chased away? "Wait, Lord Shadow, look at this." Lu Yin took out the blood-red bell. At the entrance to the arbiter realm, Lu Yin's body paused and his shadow distorted. "The head judge's order. I have this. Does that make me a member of the interstellar court?" Lu Yin asked. "Yes," Death's shadow replied without hesitation. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "Can I give orders to the interstellar court?" "Yes," Death's shadow replied. Lu Yin was delighted. The blood-red bell had been stolen and he hadn't dared to use it openly. This was the real thing and it could be used to its fullest potential. This meant that he could use the interstellar court, the sharpest sword in the human domain. Had the head judge given it to him on purpose, or had he just given him a random item to protect himself? Lu Yin didn't care anymore. With this, many things would be much easier. To avoid leaving a bad impression on the head judge, Lu Yin decided to leave the arbiter realm. A few minutes later he returned, entered and left again. This time he was followed by someone from the interstellar court whose power level was infinitely close to that of an emissary. Lu Yin didn't know how to get to the Black Street, so he used the blood-red bell to order an expert to accompany him. The people from the interstellar court had status, skills and most importantly style. Once he returned to the 5th mainland, there was no need for Lu Yin to keep a low profile anymore. This expert from the interstellar court had only been dispatched because of the head judge's orders. He didn't care about Lu Yin at first and he didn't even know Lu Yin since he spent most of his time in the arbiter realm. However, when Lu Yin saw Flying Willow, his entire attitude changed and he looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. He couldn't imagine what kind of young master would have an emissary as a bodyguard, and he felt that these two emissaries weren't any weaker than the head judge. His guess was right. Both Despairing Mu and Virtuous Light were weaker than Flying Willow in terms of cultivation. Only Death's shadow surpassed them. Just like that, Lu Yin took Luotian with him, followed Flying Willow and the expert from the arbiter realm heading towards the Black Street. From an outsider's point of view, this was a typical young master's trip with beauties, bodyguards and even a tour guide. In the dangerous Neoverse Glory realm, there weren't many such groups. The Neoverse didn't lack young masters with backgrounds such as the direct relatives of the 9 directors, the relatives of some of the powerful figures on the Realm Mountain, and even the relatives of experts from the interstellar court. There were even more in the Glory realm. There were many worlds that could produce countless young masters, but there was only one who had an emissary as a bodyguard. Lu Yin's departure from the Realm Mountain had caused a huge commotion. He turned back to look at the Realm Mountain, feeling a sense of familiarity. Elder Chan was protecting him because he was a genius who had broken through 3 stages and would definitely become a progenitor in the future. His status was comparable to the fourth elder of the astral tree realm. The junior ancestor and the head judge were protecting him, so they were his seniors. The realm mountain was becoming more and more like his own backyard. Ada found a Xixiu and took Lu Yin, Flying Willow and Luo Shan out of the glory realm. Ada was the expert from the interstellar court. The Xixiu flew through the void with a dull explosion, but another Xixiu just happened to arrive on the other side. The Xixiu that Lu Yin was riding changed directions, but the other Xixiu charged straight at him. Lu Yin was annoyed. This person didn't give him any face in his backyard. The two Xixiu passed by each other and Lu Yin turned around to see a woman sitting on the back of the other Xixiu. She was beautiful, but her expression was cold. She was dressed extravagantly. The woman also saw Lu Yin, but she brushed past him without paying him any attention. Lu Yin raised a brow. How arrogant. She was just a woman, yet she didn't care. Brother Lu, this Xixiu is so fast. Luoshan was shocked and curious. Lu Yin looked at Luoshan and his mood immediately improved. She was much prettier than the arrogant woman from before. This is the best mode of transportation in the glory realm. Ada spent a lot of effort to find it. Luoshan grunted softly, and her gaze towards Lu Yin was filled with tenderness and joy. She didn't know where to go, but she just needed to follow him. The atmosphere became strange again and Lu Yin pursed his lips and glanced at Flying Willow. He ignored her and asked Mr. Lu Yi, "How do you feel about the realm mountain?" Mr. Lu Yi replied, "There are many experts. Of course, this is the realm mountain, the core of the fifth mainland." Flying Willow sneered, "Unfortunately, there aren't any progenitors here." Lu Yin choked. Ada was astonished and glanced at Flying Willow. Progenitor? There hadn't been a progenitor in the fifth mainland for a very long time. Did this woman mean that she had seen a progenitor before? Behind them, at the edge of the realm mountain, the beautiful woman on the rhinoceros suddenly cried out in surprise. She looked back and remembered that this person was Lu Yin, the one who had followed Invincible Hyzage to wreak havoc in the realm mountain and become the only paragon. No wonder he looked so familiar. When she thought about Lu Yin's identity, she couldn't help but feel regret. She had actually missed out on such an important person. This person controlled the Outerverse Great Eastern Alliance and had the support of Leon's Armada, Everlasting Island, and even the head Inquisitor and Elder Chan. He was an extremely important person, and if she could work with him, everything would have been easily resolved. The more she thought about it, the more regretful she felt. She had actually missed out on this opportunity. There were some things that, once missed, could not be reselected. She wanted to chase after them, but she didn't know which direction Lu Yin had headed in. Helpless, she could only return to the realm mountain. They rode on Xixiu's back and headed out of the glory realm. Along the way, Lu Yin introduced the outside world to Luoshan, occasionally pointing at something that didn't stand out. He was certain that it was the outside world, which caused Luoshan to cry out in surprise. Ada couldn't take it anymore, as that wasn't the outside world at all. Lu Yin didn't care whether it was or not, as no one had exposed him. He had to show off in front of a beauty, and he had always felt that he owed Luoshan something. He wanted to make up for it as much as possible, and it would be best if he could make her happy. "Brother Lu, Xianxia isn't very happy when he returned," Luoshan suddenly said as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. "There's nothing we can do about it. I told him that Bai Shui is in the seed garden, and if anyone can bring her back, he should forget about it. He won't be able to see her again in this lifetime." "It would be great if it was that easy to forget," Luoshan muttered to herself as she looked into the distance with a complicated expression. Lu Yin felt awkward. Chapter 1566. At that moment his gadget beeped. Lu Yin glanced at it and his gaze froze. The show was about to begin. From Director Ng, he had learned that Shamrock Enterprises' Yu Shroud was the one who had plotted against the mainland's shipping industry. He had then ordered the entire Great Eastern Alliance to gather all information on Shamrock Enterprises, including Trinity and the Old Man. He was not someone who would take a beating without retaliating. And now this information was indeed useful to him. Shamrock Enterprises was actually planning to move their world to Jia Mountain. Shamrock Enterprises was not a Neoverse organization, but rather an Innerverse organization. However, they could not be considered a power either, as they were more like a business giant. Everyone thought that Shamrock Enterprises' headquarters was in the Innerverse, but in reality, they had already purchased a great world in the Neoverse glory realm and set up their headquarters there. During this time they had been thinking of moving their great world to the Realm Mountain. Jia Mountain was the safest place in the Fifth Mainland. Shamrock Enterprises did not have the ability to establish themselves in the Neoverse real universe like the Aurora Corporation and the Sirius sect, so they could only move their world to Jia Mountain for protection. This was not a big deal as the Hall of Honor covered 1% of the Glory Realm and protected close to 100 worlds. With Shamrock Enterprises' ability they could easily enter. And now this matter was almost complete. At least according to the old man's information, the 9 directors had all agreed to Shamrock Enterprises move their world to Jia Mountain. Shamrock Enterprises had paid a huge price for this. This is interesting, Lu Yin thought to himself. He immediately had the old man change his stance. Shamrock Enterprises had already contacted the old man, and the old man had agreed to let them move into Jia Mountain. The old man had refused, as at least 4 directors had to refuse before they could stop Shamrock Enterprises from moving their world to Jia Mountain. Of the current 9 directors of the Hall of Honor, 2 were from the Innerverse, 2 were from the Cosmic Sea, and the remaining 5 were from the Neoverse. Out of them, the ageless old man was under Ming Yan's control and would definitely listen to Lu Yin's orders. The 2 directors from the Innerverse were definitely Lu Yin's enemies. Director Tsong Ying's stance was unclear, and no one knew if she was only targeting the mainland's shipping routes or the Great Eastern Alliance. However, there was a high possibility that they were enemies. That left the 2 directors from the Cosmic Sea and the other 3 from the Neoverse. Nan Yuan represented the 7 courts, and Lu Yin had no way of speaking to him. Furthermore, there had been some conflicts between them in the past. The other 2 Neoverse directors were called 3 Elders and Si Hong. Si Hong was the one that San Liang wanted to replace and he had almost succeeded. Only 3 Elders was someone that Lu Yin had yet to interact with. That's right, there were quite a few directors who had received Master Yuan's favor. If he knew who they were, it would be easier. Everyone knew that Master Yuan supported him. Lu Yin immediately tried to contact Master Yuan, but to no avail. Master Yuan was always uncontactable. He had no choice but to contact Director Xin. Alliance Master Lu, congratulations on your safe return. Director Xian's attitude towards Lu Yin had always been very good. Lu Yin smiled. Thank you, Director Xin. It seems like you're doing well. Director Xin faintly smiled. Is there something that Alliance Master Lu is looking for me for? There's no harm in saying so. Lu Yin's expression changed and he said seriously, I heard that Shamrock Enterprises wants to move into the Realm Mountain. I hope that Director Xian will refuse. Xin Zhao's eyes flashed. Shamrock Enterprises offended Alliance leader Lu? Lu Yin did not need to find a reason here. That's right. Xin Zhao muttered to herself. Alliance Master Lu, after the war with the Blaze Realm ended, you stopped fighting the Blaze Realm. Is Xin Zhao related to why you stopped in time? Lu Yin recalled that Xin Zhao had specifically contacted him after the war with the Blaze Realm. She had hoped that he would not continue to wage war as it would be pointless to make more enemies. He had not intended to wage war in the first place and he did not have the ability to do so, as he had stopped. Of course. Director Xian specifically contacted me so I naturally had to give her face. Xin Zhao smiled. In that case I naturally have to give Alliance Master Lu some face this time. But I'll object. Thank you, Director Xin. Lu Yin smiled. Xin Zhao continued. Only a majority of the 9 directors can refuse. Has Alliance Master Lu thought of someone else? Please advise me, Director Xin, Lu Yin said. Xin Zhao said, Mr. Yu and I are both from the Cosmic Sea but we don't have much of a relationship. We only share the same standpoint and this matter has no impact on the Cosmic Sea. Mr. Yu cannot object because of me. If Alliance Master Lu wants to find Mr. Yu, you can mention Master Yuan. Mr. Yu was one of the 9 directors. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. Mr. Yu received Master Yuan's favor before? Xin Zhao nodded. That favor was not small. There's also the 3rd Elder and Tsong Ying. They also received Master Yuan's favor. Lu Yin knew that Master Yuan had a great influence in the Hall of Honor, but it was a pity that Master Yuan did not participate in any of the Hall of Honor's affairs. Otherwise, Old Man Yu would not have been the one to cause trouble for him. I understand. Thank you, Director Xin. Lu Yin did not want to look for Tsong Ying. This person was stubborn and viewed Lu Yin as an enemy. He might not have relented because of Master Yuan, or else he would not have insisted on making an enemy out of the Continental Shipping Company. Lu Yin knew that the Continental Shipping Company was his own business, which meant that only Mr. Yu and the third elder could be involved. Mr. Yu was a quiet middle-aged man and he was also very polite to Lu Yin. Lu Yin had hoped that he would refuse Shamrock Enterprises' move to the Realm Mountain, and he had immediately agreed. Lu Yin did not even need to mention Master Yuan, which made Lu Yin feel very strange. Leon's Armada has a good relationship with my longevity squadron, so I will naturally help if I can, Mr. Yu said with a smile. It was only then that Lu Yin realized that this person was from the Cosmic Seas Longevity Squadron. The Longevity Squadron was one of the more ancient squadrons among the Cosmic Seas Four Tyrannies, and they were also very mysterious. They had a good relationship with Leon's Armada, and the benefits that Shamrock Enterprises had given Mr. Yu could not compare to Lu Yin's favor. Mr. Yu knew what Lu Yin meant to Leon's Armada, and he also knew what kind of support Lu Yin had. The third elder also readily agreed. Not many people remembered this old man's original name, but he was called the third elder because this was the third time he had become a director. He was the most senior director out of all the directors. Lu Yin did not know what to say as he looked at the old man on the screen. Was there still a need for this old man to be a director? He was already waiting for his death. Lu Yin was afraid that the old man would forget, so he reminded him again. Third elder, it's refusal. Refusal. Cough 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 cough, I know. Alliance Master Lu, don't worry. Refusal. The third elder coughed. Lu Yin disconnected the call. It was amazing that this old man could continue to be a director. Old man Yu Xin Jiao, Mr. Yu the third elder, and Si Hong, who was currently being schemed against by Wei Rong. 5 people were enough. Now all he had to do was wait for the show to begin. Ada sat at the front and personally listened to Lu Yin use his own strength to forcefully change the decision of the 9 directors. Ada was shocked. The 9 directors represented glory. They had the right to make most of the decisions in the Hall of Glory. Even if the Interstellar Arbitration Committee's strength far surpassed that of the 9 directors, they still might not be able to match up to the 9 directors in terms of authority. Furthermore, they could not forcefully interfere. However, Lu Yin had directly changed the decision. He could do whatever he wanted with just a flip of his hand. When Ada thought about how this person had the chief referee's warrant, he probably had the greatest authority in the Hall of Glory. Although Lu Yefei did not understand the situation in the 5th mainland, she could still see the authority that Lu Yin held. Aside from the greater worlds, there were also some powers that were exposed in the Glory Realm. The Unfallen nation that Lu Yin had seen before was built on the back of a bird called Unfallen. There were also many strange nations and families in the Glory Realm. Lu Yin's understanding of the Glory Realm came from Mu En, and he was now imitating Mu En's introduction to the Luo Shen. There were some strange nations that even Lu Yefei was amazed by. For example, there was a nation built within a stone that was transparent and rolled around with the wind. It was truly bizarre. After leaving the Glory Realm, the next step was to head to the Black Street. It was also at this time that Lu Yefei came into contact with a spacecraft. There were spacecraft in the Cosmic Tree domain as well, such as White Mountain, Dragon Mountain, and even the frigid Immortal sect. Some civilizations had developed technology and built spacecraft, but they had never come into contact with them. To them, spacecraft were too slow and there was no need for them to use such a tool. Lu Yin also felt that the spacecraft was too slow. He had a collapsible black hole-grade spacecraft, but the space was too small. Thus, he had Ada lead the way while Lu Yefei brought them to the Black Street. When he had first come to the Neoverse, he had been brought by Xianxia Shenwei, whose power level was over 900,000. Lu Yefei could not compare to his speed. Furthermore, Lu Yefei had brought the 3 of them through the void, which did not feel good. Thus, Lu Yin had stored Luo Shen in Mount Supreme. If not for the fact that he was in a hurry to see Ming Yan, he would have rather taken a spacecraft. One would never have known that the Neoverse had such a filthy place until they reached the Black Street. The Black Street, also known as the Forgotten Land, was a place where the Neoverse trash was disposed of. All sorts of useless items were disposed of over and over again before finally gathering in the Forgotten Land. This was the dirtiest corner of the Neoverse. This place was not only dirty because of the cosmic trash, but also because it was a place for human trash. Anyone who could no longer survive in the Neoverse would either leave or come to the Black Street. This place was a place where all sorts of filthy transactions could be imagined. No one would have thought that this place was one of the 5 nodes that the Neo-Human Alliance had tried to find. The spacecraft slowly moved through the cosmic trash. Lu Yefei's expression turned ugly. They had actually come to such a filthy place. This was especially true for Big Sister Feihua, who had almost crashed into the void. "This is the Black Street?" Luyin asked. Ada replied, "This is the Forgotten Land. In the deepest part of the Forgotten Land is a place that cleans up cosmic trash. Many people seek a way out there. That is the Black Street." Luyin did not bring Luo Shen out as he wanted to see Ming Yan. It would be awkward if he let her out. The trash here has been cleaned up several times and anything useful has been taken away. 99% of the trash that is thrown here is completely useless and difficult to dispose of, Ada said. Luyin looked into the endless distance, where even the stars had been drowned out. This trash was truly useless and had no value at all. Chapter 1567. If it's completely useless, then why are people here making a living? Luyin asked. Ada replied, 99% of the time. Those who make a living here do so for that 1% chance. It's not easy to survive in the Neoverse, and the Black Street has formed a different civilization. As long as you have the ability, you can live a comfortable life here. Luyin frowned. Ming Yan was actually staying in a place like this, which infuriated him. The owner of the brothel was the unaging old man, which meant that if not for Ming Yan's ability, she would have spent the rest of her life with this trash. Luyin clenched his fists. If not for his value, he would have killed the unaging old man. From time to time, there were strange worms wriggling about in the trash, and there were also all sorts of strange astral beasts devouring something. This was a different kind of ecological civilization. Humans could not survive in such trash, but there was always something to be born. There was a loud boom as a spacecraft exploded in the distance, killing everyone inside. Luyin and the rest watched as a black shadow left, but they did not stop it. This was an assassination attempt, a perfect one at that. Luyin was not surprised by this, and Ada was even more used to it. The spacecraft that had been assassinated also headed towards the Black Street, and it seemed that their goal was not simple either. Since this place was known as the filthiest place in the Neoverse, Luyin would not be surprised by anything. The cracks in the piles of trash in outer space were like a maze that led to the Black Street. After a long time, the spacecraft finally reached the Black Street. The Black Street was actually a huge piece of land that connected the trash on both sides. Humans were like ants that relied on this trash to survive. Unexpectedly, the Black Street was bustling, and it was not as gloomy as Luyin had expected. The land was wide enough to accommodate more than 10 planets lined up in a row. There were no procedures required to enter the Black Street, and anyone could enter. Luyin and the rest parked their spacecraft, and many people immediately surrounded them, introducing them to various services. "Do you need an assassination, sir? I'll take you there. The assassination rate is 100% and it's guaranteed to be perfect. The price is reasonable. Sir, I'll also give you a beautiful assassin who'll accompany you throughout the journey. It's a bargain. Sir, come stay at my place. My shop has all the services you want and it's all free. You can even watch real people fight. It's guaranteed to be bloody." "Sir, scram." A loud shout came from not far away. Luyin looked up and saw a group of people rushing over to chase these people away. The leader of the group bowed respectfully. "My lord, the boss sent this subordinate to receive you." Luyin had contacted Ming Yan before coming here, and the person she had sent had just arrived. If it were not for the garbage that spread across the distant stars, the Black Street would be an ordinary land. At least from the outside, one would not be able to see the dark and dirty transactions. However, as soon as he released his domain, he started to feel uncomfortable. He heard all sorts of wails and saw many despairing and sorrowful scenes. He had no idea how Ming Yan could accept such a scene. With a miserable cry, a woman was bound by a collar and dragged back to a certain place. This was not a rare sight. The dark corners were filled with the smell of blood. Occasionally, someone would clean them, but some corners were already full of insects, so no one cleaned them. This kind of place was not for normal people to live in. Fortunately, he hadn't brought Luo Shen with him. He was not a saint. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. If he couldn't save these people, then even if he could clean up the Black Street, there were too many similar places in the universe. The further in they went, the better the environment became. Some people looked at the Black Street enviously as they watched Lu Yin's group pass by, their eyes full of desire. When Lu Yin arrived at Ming Yan's residence, he looked back at the Black Street and realized that it was a completely different place. Ming Yan's residence was filled with clear water and green mountains. There was no space garbage or dirty corners, and there were even white clouds floating overhead. All he could smell was the fragrance of flowers. It was like paradise on earth. These were two extremes. Everyone in the Black Street knew that their master was the unaging man. The unaging man had a special status among the 9 directors because of the Black Street. The Black Street dealt with all sorts of garbage in the Neoverse, and it was one of the guardian nodes. This was why the unaging man was so special and why the Black Street was such a unique place. In reality, the master of the Black Street was a beautiful girl who was nestled in Lu Yin's embrace. Lu Yin only felt complete when he hugged Ming Yan. He hadn't spent much time with Ming Yan, and aside from the first time that they had been separated for too long, they had always been like family. "Brother Lu Yan missed you so much," Ming Yan whispered, her eyes red and filled with joy. He lifted her head. "Tell me everything you've been through. Tell me everything in detail." Ming Yan blushed and grunted in acknowledgement. Half a day later, Ming Yu requested an audience with Lu Yin. Lu Yin hugged Ming Yan, not allowing her to leave. He looked at Ming Yu. "I saw you in the mountain and sea realm." Ming Yu was apprehensive. She was very nervous when facing Lu Yin, but it was different from when facing Ming Yan. This was a pressure that made it hard for her to breathe. "I used your name to protect myself. Please punish me." Lu Yin replied, "I like smart people. You saved Yen'er, so this matter will be written off." "Thank you, Your Excellency." Ming Yu relaxed and her complexion gradually returned to normal. "Where's the unaging man?" Ming Yan replied, "He's been locked up. I used my life poison to control him so he doesn't dare to resist." Lu Yin stared into Ming Yan's eyes. They were clear and watery, as pure as when he had first met her. Even though Ming Yan had gone through a lot, all of her negative emotions had been taken away by the white-haired Ming Yan. "Don't say the words life poison in the future." Ming Yan nodded obediently. Ming Yu was astonished, as the current Ming Yan was completely different from the one she knew. The black-haired Ming Yan looked gentle, but she also had the domineering aura of a ruler. However, this aura was completely restrained in front of Lu Yin, and she was as obedient as a child. This was this man's charisma. He had unified the Outerverse and destroyed the Blaze realm. His boldness was unfathomable, and only such a man was worthy of Ming Yan. The two of them together would have the right to speak in the Hall of Honor. "This place isn't suitable for you." Lu Yin brought up the topic again, hoping that Ming Yan would no longer participate in the Neo-Human Alliance's affairs. It would be best if she could return to the Great Yu Empire with him and stay on Xenu Star or even Earth. Ming Yan quickly changed the topic. "Brother Lu, I have a gift for you." Lu Yin was astonished and looked at Ming Yu. "A gift?" Ming Yu respectfully replied, "My lord, please return safely. This subordinate has prepared a gift for you." She then clapped her hands. Not long after, a young boy was brought forward. He knelt on the ground with an apprehensive expression, not daring to raise his head. Lu Yin did not understand. Ming Yu explained, "He's the great-grandson of the third elder. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page." Lu Yin's brows rose. "One of the 9 directors, the third elder?" When he heard the words third elder, the young boy raised his head, his face pale as he trembled. Ming Yu respectfully replied, "My lord, the third elder is currently a mere figurehead. His eldest son married a woman, but his son died not long after. That woman then took over the third elder's position and trapped all of the third elder's direct descendants to threaten him. Only this child managed to escape, but he was unlucky enough to be captured by interstellar pirates and sold to the Black Streets. This subordinate coincidentally discovered him and has been keeping him here ever since." Lu Yin put Ming Yan down and walked over to the young boy. He squatted down and asked, "What's your name?" The young boy was afraid and he glanced at Ming Yu before licking his dry lips. "Bo, you're called Bo?" Lu Yin asked. The young boy nodded and looked at Lu Yin's gentle gaze. He mustered his courage and asked, "My lord, can you help me?" Lu Yin smiled and patted the boy's head. "Take him away first." The young boy was led away. "Who's behind that woman?" Lu Yin asked. If a woman could take over one of the 9 directors, then even an idiot would not believe that there was no one behind her. Anyone who could become a director was not a simple person. Even if they did not spend money to hire bodyguards, there would still be countless desperados who would seek refuge. For example, the old man had easily taken control of the black streets. Even though he did not have any experts who were stronger than emissaries, that was only because there were too few emissaries on the fifth mainland. If he wanted to, he could easily form an army and have many enlighters under his command. Since the old man was like that, the third elder, who was the most senior director, would not be weak either. How could he be so easily taken over by a woman? Furthermore, all of his direct descendants had been imprisoned, which meant that there was definitely an unusual power supporting her. Mingyu respectfully replied, "Ever since Bo was discovered, we've been investigating that woman, but we haven't been able to find out anything about the power behind her." Lu Yin sat down and Ming Yan very naturally walked behind him and massaged his shoulders. "Then don't touch her. Let's wait and see," Lu Yin said indifferently. He always planned before acting, and he did not want to rashly make an enemy out of this woman before finding out the power behind her. In any case, Bo was here and he could act at any time. "Yes, my lord," Mingyu replied respectfully. Lu Yin had not planned on causing trouble for that woman, but she had come looking for him. More accurately, it was the third elder who had contacted him again, and Lu Yin knew that this woman was behind the third elder. "Alliance Master Lu, I'm truly sorry, but I might not be able to fulfill my promise to you," the third elder said in a hoarse voice. On the screen, his face was ashen and he looked like he could die at any moment. Lu Yin frowned. "Senior, are you saying that you'll agree to Shamrock Enterprises' move into the Realm Mountain?" The third elder nodded. "I'm old and I've forgotten many things. Shamrock Enterprises and I reached an agreement a long time ago, and we can't go back on our word. Am I right?" Lu Yin retracted his gaze. "This junior understands." "Then goodbye, Alliance Master Lu," the third elder said before ending the call. Lu Yin rubbed his gadget and his eyes flickered. Ming Yan poured some tea for Lu Yin and gently asked, "Did he go back on his word?" Lu Yin smiled. "It looks like he really has been taken over. That woman must have gone back on her word. That's not right either. Maybe she just found out about this. If that's the case, she should have contacted me very soon. Go. Take me on a tour of the black streets. Forget about the front part, it's too dirty." End of chapter. Chapter 1568. Ming Yan nodded. "I'm not going there either." She then asked worriedly, "Brother Lu, you won't dislike Yan, right?" Lu Yin was amused. "Why do you say that?" Ming Yan nervously replied, "This place is so dirty and Yan actually wants to clean it up, but that's the specialty of the Black Street. Although the old man is the master of the Black Street, this place involves many important people in the Neoverse. The relationships are complex and a rash cleanup could easily cause a backlash. Yan can't change that." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "This place involves many important people in the Neoverse?" Ming Yan frowned in disgust. "Human nature is exposed in the dark and this is the most primitive place to expose it. Some people look good on the surface but they're worse than beasts in the dark." Lu Yin understood. "Yan, help me gather information on these people. Brother Lu has a use for them." Ming Yan softly grunted in acknowledgement. For some reason, the white-haired Ming Yan did not appear, which made Lu Yin feel a little tender with her. It had been a long time since he had felt this way, and the softness that had been carved into his heart made him forget about his exhaustion. The next day, the third elder contacted Lu Yin again, but this time, a woman appeared on the screen. Lu Yin had seen this woman before. It was the arrogant woman who had sat on Shiyu's back. "It's you." Lu Yin was surprised. The woman smiled. "Alliance Master Lu, the World Mountain is an unforgettable place. I'm Qing Tan and I greet you." She then slowly bowed, causing her soft black hair to fall. She was beautiful to begin with, but now that she had reined in her arrogant attitude, it was as if she had become a completely different person. Her snow-white skin was translucent, and she wore a translucent chiffon dress. As she bowed, Lu Yin could see the scenery in front of her. The bright red color was very eye-catching, and it made her seem strangely flirtatious. Lu Yin had seen many women in his time and there were many who pretended to be flirtatious, but there were very few who could do what Qing Tan did. She was very close to Madame Nalan. "This is the third elder's call. Are you one of his people?" Lu Yin pretended to be curious. Qing Tan smiled. "My husband is the third elder's son." My father is currently in poor health, so I'm handling many matters. Lu Yin nodded. Why did you contact me? Father said that Alliance Master Lu doesn't want Shamrock Enterprises to move into Jia Mountain. I can help, Qing Tan said with a smile. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Conditions. Qing Tan shook her head. I have great respect for Alliance Leader Lu. As long as Alliance Leader Lu asks, I will not refuse as long as it is within my capabilities. Lu Yin smiled. Thank you, Miss Qing Tan. Qing Tan bowed again. It's Qing Tan who thanks Alliance Head Lu for giving me this opportunity. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to communicate with you. If Alliance Head Lu has the time, Qing Tan hopes to pay you a visit. She licked her lips, making her seem even more alluring. There'll be time, Lu Yin smiled. He quickly ended the call. What was this woman trying to do? Was it her own idea or was it the idea of the power behind her? She was now in control of a director. As he thought about it, Lu Yin sent a message to Wei Rong, asking him to find a way to investigate the power behind Qing Tan. For now, since Qing Tan had helped him, there was no need for him to deal with her. As long as he could achieve his goal, it didn't matter who the three elders listened to. Jia Mountain, the 9 Great Council meeting in the beginning. Such meetings would be held every once in a while, but they would be held through a screen. Unless there was an important meeting, the attendees would have to attend in person. More than 2 hours after the meeting, a director from Nanyuan said, for the next topic, Shamrock Enterprises has officially submitted an application to move their great realm into Jia Mountain. Please consider it carefully. The voting shall begin. In the World Mountain, Yan Jing was chatting with his good friend. He was not surprised that their headquarters had moved to the World Mountain. In fact, with Shamrock Enterprises' ability, they could have moved their headquarters to the World Mountain long ago, but Leaf King did not want to stay in the World Mountain. He wanted to have his own space in the Neoverse like the Celestial Sect and the Aurora Spacecraft Company, but this dream was too far away. Even the mysterious Yi Wang could not achieve this for the time being, so he could only set it aside. Brother Yen, from now on will have many opportunities to meet, a man across from Yen said with a smile. This person was an expert who guarded Jia Mountain just like San Liang. He was an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. Yen smiled. Of course. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble Brother Li to bring me around Jia Mountain. I'll have to visit all of the 100 Great Realms. With Shamrock Enterprises' abilities, you don't need to visit all of them. Just a few of the important Great Realms will be enough. Right now, the most important thing is to maintain a good relationship with the directors. Of course, Brother Li. This is our company's newest drug and it should be useful for your cultivation. It's very suitable for your battle technique. Thank you, Brother Yen. At this moment his gadget beeped. Yen looked at it and his expression changed. His face turned gloomy. Brother Yen, what's wrong? Brother Li asked. Yan's expression turned ugly. It failed. Brother Li was shocked. How is that possible? With Shamrock Enterprises' abilities, they can definitely enter Jia Mountain. Besides, didn't Brother Yen already arrange for everything? Yen lowered his voice. Director Xian Jiao, Mr. Yu, Third Elder Si Hong and Bu Lao all voted against it. Brother Li frowned. How can that be? I'll ask around for you. Yen nodded. Thank you, Brother Li. He had a good relationship with the guards of Jia Mountain because they were well informed in Jia Mountain, and they often had connections with some important figures. Soon, Brother Li looked at Yen and said, Shamrock Enterprises has offended someone, and half of the directors voted against it. Who? Yen asked anxiously. He really wanted to know who had the power to suppress Shamrock Enterprises and have connections with the 9 directors. Lu Yin, Brother Li answered. Yen was confused at first, but then he was shocked. The Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader Lu Yin? Brother Li nodded. Didn't he go missing? He's already back. I got this information from San Liang, who has a very good relationship with Director Si Hong. It's because of Lu Yin that Director Xian Jiao and the others rejected you. Otherwise, with Shamrock Enterprises' abilities and their connections, the 9 directors wouldn't have rejected you. Yen frowned. What about Bu Lao? Is it also because of Lu Yin? Brother Li smiled bitterly. Ever since Xing Wudi brought Lu Yin to cause a ruckus in Jia Mountain on Eternal Sky Island, Bu Lao has only existed in name and lost his only privilege as a director. He's only been a director in name, but now he's turned around and supported Lu Yin. Yan's fingers trembled. Shamrock Enterprises entering Jia Mountain wasn't a big deal, and it wasn't even something that the Leaf King wanted. However, given the current situation, they could only enter Jia Mountain first and then plot against it later. However, he hadn't expected that they wouldn't even be able to enter Jia Mountain. Yan immediately thought of the reason why Lu Yin had caused trouble for them. It definitely had something to do with Yu Mu, as the only person who had offended Lu Yin within Shamrock Enterprises was Yu Mu. Before Lu Yin had gone missing, Yu Mu had submitted a report regarding the giant technological civilization. Yu Mu must have done something behind the scenes, or else Lu Yin wouldn't have caused trouble for them the moment he returned. "Thank you, Brother Li. I'll talk to Lu Yin," Yan said. Brother Li sighed. "Brother Yan, we've known each other for a long time, so I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't make an enemy out of Lu Yin. He has connections in Jia Mountain. Not only are there directors, but he also has connections to the Interstellar Arbitration Office, and even Elder Chan Yan's eyes flashed. "Thank you." In the Outerverse on a planet, Yu Mu was quietly listening to Xiaoqin's report. She was the secretary of Shamrock Enterprises' Eastern Frontier President. President Yu, with the 6th mainland occupying the Outerverse Western Weaves, Shamrock Enterprises has shifted our focus to the Eastern Weaves. The Eastern Weaves' performance has improved rapidly, and President Shen. For some reason, Yu Mu felt uneasy as he listened to Xiaoqin's report. His eyelids kept twitching, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly why. "As for the Great Eastern Alliance's resources, President Yu, please instruct us," Xiaoqin said. Yu Mu immediately replied, "Continue to reduce the effectiveness of the medicines we provide to the Great Eastern Alliance. Tell Shen Fu to continue instilling the Great Eastern Alliance with the idea that Lu Yin is dead and will never appear again." Xiaoqin nodded. At that moment, Yu Mu's gadget beeped. He glanced at it and saw that it was Yen. Yen was the secretary of the Innerverse president, and he had a lot of authority in Shamrock Enterprises. Even Yu Mu didn't dare to slight him. "Secretary Yen, why are you looking for me?" Yu Mu asked politely. "Yu Mu, what did you do to Lu Yin? I need to know everything." Yen suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice. Yu Mu's eyelids twitched even more violently. "Lu Yin. He's back and he just attacked us," Yen said. Yu Mu finally understood where that uneasy feeling was coming from. Not long after, Yu Mu ended the call and his face went pale. Lu Yin had actually returned? How could this be? He should have gone missing, but he had actually returned. Yu Mu had panicked when Lu Yin had returned, and his return had caused Shamrock Enterprises to suffer heavy losses. Half of the 9 directors had refused to allow Shamrock Enterprises to enter the Realm Mountain, but this wasn't a big deal for Shamrock Enterprises. They had been doing well in the Glory Realm over the past few years, but the most troublesome thing was that this incident had given the outside world the wrong impression that the 9 directors were not on good terms with Shamrock Enterprises. This had a huge impact on Shamrock Enterprises' image. Yu Mu was sure that once this matter spread, Shamrock Enterprises' status would be greatly reduced for a short period of time. Lu Yin had only just returned, but he already had such influence. How had he done it? In the Realm Mountain, Yan's eyes flickered. Yu Mu had actually contacted Director Kanjing behind their backs and exposed Lu Yin's possible collusion with giant technology. It was no wonder why Director Kanjing had been targeting the mainland's shipping industry. They had thought that it was because of the old man, but it was actually because of Yu Mu. Yu Mu's methods were not bad. He hadn't personally interfered, and he had only informed Director Kanjing of the information. He had been able to find out that Director Kanjing's ancestor had been in favor of destroying giant technology, which was a very smart move. Unfortunately, Lu Yin had found out about it. Yen thought about it for a long time and eventually decided to contact Lu Yin to see his attitude. Chapter 1569. He had no way of contacting Lu Yin directly, so he could only ask Brother Li to help him find San Liang. Then San Liang had used Director Si Hong's connections to find Director Xin Jiao. The screen flickered and a young face appeared in front of Yen. He respectfully said, "Shamrock Enterprises Yen greets Alliance Master Lu." Back in the Black Street, Lu Yin was not surprised that Yen had contacted him. This person's every move had been under Lu Yin's watch, especially through San Liang's instructions. Yen, the secretary of Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse president? "I'm flattered that Alliance Master Lu has heard of me," Yen said with a smile. He was very polite and respectful. Lu Yin replied, I've heard of everyone in Shamrock Enterprises. After all, knowing your enemy is the key to victory. Yan was astonished. Enemy? Why do you say that, Alliance Master Lu? I don't like to beat around the bush, Lu Yin replied. Yan's expression changed. Alliance Master Lu, there are some misunderstandings between Shamrock Enterprises and you that I hope can be resolved. Lu Yin took a sip of tea. There's no rush. I have a question that I've always wanted to know. Yan smiled. Please ask. Lu Yin looked at Yan. From what I know, Shamrock Enterprises uncovers geniuses from all over the universe and nurtures them as seeds. Then how are these seeds different from the spies planted in the various great powers? Yan's expression changed. What do you mean, Alliance Master Lu? I mean it literally. I'm more interested to know if there are any seeds in the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin casually replied. Based on what he had experienced and what he had seen in the astral tree, he no longer considered Shamrock Enterprises a threat. The once mysterious and powerful organization that spanned across the universe was now at most on the same level as the Central Plains Misty Cloud sect. In terms of top experts, Shamrock Enterprises was not as powerful as the Misty Cloud sect, but at least the Misty Cloud sect had a half-ancestor. After jumping to a certain height, everything that he had seen in the past seemed very short. This was what gave him the confidence to deal with Shamrock Enterprises. A huge financial group. The mysterious Leaf King? So what? Yan forced a smile onto his face. Alliance Master Lu, you're overthinking things. Shamrock Enterprises seeds are different from spies. We're open and above board. For example, your former classmate Dark Void didn't try to hide anything. He was one of Shamrock Enterprises' seeds, and Tu Bo from the Astral Combat Academy is also a seed. Lu Yin nodded. That's good. If my Great Eastern Alliance has any of your seeds, then it's best that you tell me as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll easily lead to misunderstandings. Yan politely replied, It's precisely because I don't want to cause any misunderstandings that there are some things that I need to discuss with Alliance leader Lu. Speak, Lu Yin said. As the secretary of Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse CEO, he was also a powerful enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. Without the presence of an emissary, he was basically a top-notch powerhouse. In this region of space there weren't many emissaries, so he was one of the top powerhouses. Very few people dared to speak to him in such a manner, and Lu Yin's attitude made him unhappy. He forcefully suppressed his displeasure. Lu Yin's background in the Hall of Honor and his influence on Realm Mountain was something that even Shamrock Enterprises did not dare to directly oppose. This youth had even overturned the day-night flow zone and was a madman. It was best not to make an enemy out of such a person. We know that Yumu has caused losses to Alliance Master Lu and the Great Eastern Alliance. In response to these losses, Shamrock Enterprises has decided to punish Yumu internally and remove him from his position as CEO of the Outerverse. At the same time, we'll compensate the Great Eastern Alliance by doubling the resources that we've previously promised. This chapter is not finished, so please turn the page. If you're willing, you can use Shamrock Enterprises resources as you wish, provided that it doesn't affect the company's normal operations. Yan offered an attractive offer. In truth, even the masters of the Innerverse 8 Great Flow Zones would be tempted by this offer. Shamrock Enterprises had not even paid such a high price to bribe the directors and move their headquarters into Realm Mountain. This price could only be implemented if Leaf King agreed. To date, Shamrock Enterprises had only offered such a high price to Lu Yin in exchange for reconciliation. This was the first time that they had shown enough sincerity. However, Lu Yin rejected the offer. He was indeed tempted to use the company's resources as he wished, but if it did not affect the company's normal operations, then the resources that he could use would be very limited. He did not believe that Shamrock Enterprises would allow him to use them as he wished. Since they had offered such an offer, then they must have a way to deal with it. Do you know how much trouble Yumu has caused for the mainland's shipping industry? A single director is targeting the Great Eastern Alliance, and the losses caused are irreparable. Yen sighed. That's right. Yumu has caused losses to the Great Eastern Alliance, and Shamrock Enterprises will do our best to compensate him. I hope that Alliance Master Lu can be magnanimous and not bicker with a nobody like him. Once upon a time, Yumu had looked down on Lu Yin and given him a cosmic ring as compensation for a misunderstanding. At the time he had been high and mighty, and he had even dragged Enya through the void. To Lu Yin that had been an insult, but now this person was just a nobody. The above conditions remain unchanged. Think of a way to get Director Kanjing to stop targeting the mainland's shipping industry. Then there will be no more misunderstandings between Shamrock Enterprises and me, Lu Yin said. Yan was placed in a difficult position. If he could, he would have done so a long time ago. Director Kanjing was a stubborn person, and even Shamrock Enterprises could not change his mind. Yumu had also recognized this person. Alliance Master Lu, you know Director Kanjing's personality. If even you cannot change his mind, then it will be even more difficult for us. Lu Yin laughed. Yumu, you'll only be demoted. Kanjing, you also said that it's difficult. I don't see Shamrock Enterprises' sincerity in resolving this misunderstanding. Are you only offering some resources? Alliance Master Lu, the conditions that we're offering you are the most generous that Shamrock Enterprises has ever offered. Please reconsider, Yan said in a low voice. Lu Yin shook his head. You guys should think it over carefully. He then hung up. Ming Yan walked out from behind him. Do you really want to become enemies with Shamrock Enterprises? Lu Yin replied, it depends on the situation. How many resources do you think I'll get if I swallow Shamrock Enterprises? Ming Yan thought about it. I don't know. Shamrock Enterprises has dominated the universe, and the amount of resources required to develop a seed is enough for a normal cultivator to cultivate all the way to the explorer realm. That's not even mentioning the resources required to cultivate a seed. They control an unimaginable amount of resources. The more that's the case, the harder it will be to deal with them. I've heard that the Leaf King is very mysterious. Lu Yin nodded. The Leaf King was the only person from Shamrock Enterprises that he was wary of. If he really wanted to become enemies with the Leaf King, then he could only leave it to his senior. Right, I want to give you a gift. Ming Yan suddenly thought of something and excitedly pulled Lu Yin away. Lu Yin was confused. What gift? Your favorite, Ming Yan said mysteriously. Lu Yin blinked. His favorite? The Black Street was huge, and if Ming Yan controlled the unaging old man, then she would control the wealth that the unaging old man had accumulated over the years. The darker and more violent a place was, the more exaggerated the accumulation of wealth would be. Lu Yin was stunned when he saw the mountain of star essence in front of him. There must be more than 1 billion star essence here. What's this? Lu Yin was stunned. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Ming Yan smiled proudly. What do you think? Do you like it? Lu Yin subconsciously nodded. Ming Yan was even happier now. This is what the unaging old man accumulated over the years. Not only did it come from the Black Street, but it also came from his position as a director. It's a pity that the old man was too pretentious and he didn't take much of the money. He also spent a lot of money on the brothels and did everything he could to get involved with various powers. Otherwise he wouldn't only have this much. Lu Yin understood. For example, the Blaze Realm occupied 1/3 of the blazing mist flow zone, but they only had so many star essence left. The unaging old man had established the brothels and controlled the Black Street, so the more he obtained, the more he spent. It was already quite good for him to have so many star essence left. A total of 1.36 billion, Ming Yan reported, which made Lu Yin kiss her. He had suddenly received a large sum of resources, and he now had the money to upgrade his external items. With the addition of these resources, the amount of star essence in his cosmic ring had reached a staggering 2.4 billion star essence. Brother Lu, if you need money, Yan can sell off many of the unaging old man's businesses and reduce the brothel's expenses. We can gather a large sum in a short amount of time. Lu Yin hugged Ming Yan. Not for now. Thank you, Yan. Ming Yan lowered her head and smiled. Suddenly her hair turned white. Lu Yin pursed his lips. The white-haired Ming Yan that he hadn't seen in a long time had appeared. Ming Yan stared coldly at Lu Yin. Take your hand away. Lu Yin coughed and released her. Why are you here? Ming Yan snorted. Can't I be here? This is my territory. Lu Yin stopped talking and continued to store the star essence in his cosmic ring. Aside from star essence, the unaging old man had many other things. There were even power vessels, but they were very weak. Even if he upgraded the materials, they wouldn't be enough for Lu Yin. Ming Yan brought Lu Yin to a corner. These are all materials that I don't understand. Some are from the universe's trash and some were collected by the unaging old man himself. He doesn't understand them, so take a look and see if there's anything you need. Lu Yin looked at the materials in the corner. He didn't recognize any of them, but if the monkey was here he might be able to recognize some of them. So it didn't matter. He wanted to create a new set of universal armor and he needed all sorts of materials. The more precious, the better. Lu Yin recalled the situation when he had created the armor, and he decided to break down these materials first. I don't mind having too many materials, Lu Yin said. Ming Yan glanced at him. Then I'll go to the Black Street and help you find some more. Lu Yin was about to refuse, but she continued, this is the Neoverse garbage dump. You can occasionally find ancient materials here. Oh okay, Lu Yin replied as he watched the white-haired Ming Yan leave. There were only a few people in the universe who could allow Lu Yin to use his dye without worry. Ming Yan was one of them, but since she was leaving, Lu Yin didn't stop her. He really did need materials, and ancient materials were even better. Some ancient materials could not be broken down by the current universe, but Lu Yin could. Lu Yin raised his hand and his dye appeared. He tapped it, causing it to slowly spin before finally stopping at Enhance. This time, Lu Yin didn't take off his cosmic ring. He rolled Enhance and accepted it. To be honest, there was no faster way to obtain information and cultivation experience than Enhance. Back in the Lockbreaker world, he had thought about continuously rolling the die and absorbing the experiences of powerful lockbreakers. However, since they were both in the Lockbreaker world, the range was too small and he wasn't confident. End of chapter. Chapter 1570. The benefits of the cosmic tree of the astral tree were unforgettable. Lu Xiaoga's existence, the clues to the hidden Earth Society, Yu Dai's information, and even Xia Ru's trip to the Cloud Ladder were all thanks to the die's 6 pips. Since that was the case, there was no harm in trying it out. If he could fuse with everyone's body once, it would mean that he would become the absolute ruler of this universe. The scene in front of him changed and Lu Yin appeared in a mysterious space. He looked at the balls of light that were closer to him and they were also brighter. With his current strength, anyone who fused with him would have a high status, which meant that he would be able to obtain valuable information from anyone he fused with. As the scene in front of him cleared up, Lu Yin saw a planet that was on the verge of collapse and 2 people in battle. They were both familiar faces, Nan Yanfei and DFA. Was this the 6th mainland? No, this was the Outerverse. Almost all of the survivors from the 6th mainland had come to the Outerverse, and as Realmlings, Nan Yanfei and DFA were no exception. They had even participated in the Sovereign Tournament. Nan Yanfei had been knocked to the foot of a mountain by the Prime Clear's illusory progenitor Qin and had been eliminated from the Sovereign Tournament. DFA's situation was even worse, as he had been exiled by the Prime Clear's secret technique before being knocked to the foot of a mountain by Lu Yin. He had not even passed the checkpoint on his second attempt to ascend the mountain. These two were currently fighting on a planet in the Outerverse Western Weaves. The person that Lu Yin had fused with was an imprinter from the Blood Homage realm, who was also an emissary. With Lu Yin's current power level, only the emissary's balls of light in that mysterious space would be bright. The balls of people like DFA would be dim. This was not the first time that Lu Yin had fused with an emissary, but he had only been able to do so when the emissary's astral origin cyclone had been destroyed and they had been heavily injured. This person was the first emissary that Lu Yin had fused with in perfect condition. After fusing with an emissary's body, Lu Yin could clearly feel the difference between an emissary and an enlighter. An emissary cultivated astral origin cyclones within their bodies. Their bodies were the shells, and their astral origin cyclones were like galaxies in the universe that slowly rotated. This was another realm that was incomparably powerful, and it allowed an emissary to embark on a completely different cultivation path from an enlighter. The star emissaries absorbed stellar sources in the stellar source universe and gradually strengthened their stellar source cyclones. From this person's memories, it was known that once the stellar source cyclones grew to a certain extent, they would undergo another transformation. However, this transformation process would take a very long time. Lu Yin thought back to the folding mountain range of the new continent in the astral tree domain, where half-ancestor Lu Hua had been poisoned by the poison of life. Back then, Xiang Ho had said that the poison of life had been used to break through the inner world. Then, was the astral origin cyclone transforming in the direction of the inner world? The 6th mainland's emissaries were different from the 5th mainland and the starry sky tree. They cultivated imprints. Lu Yin had always believed that the imprint was the wrong cultivation method, as it was very difficult to reach the peak of powerhouses. However, he had to admit that the imprint was the best guarantee for an emissary's tribulation. The sixth mainland had far more emissaries than the fifth mainland because of the imprint. Normally, emissaries could only endure their origin tribulation with brute force, but the emissaries of the sixth mainland had an imprint, which greatly increased their chances of surviving their origin tribulation. To a certain extent, they could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the starry sky tree. There was a loud boom as Nan Yanfei imprinted Songqiong Old Man in the distance. On the other side, DFA imprinted Songqiong Old Man as well, and the battle escalated. Lu Yin didn't have the time to watch the two fight, as he was reading the memories of this imprinter that he had fused with. Other people's cultivation paths could also become his experience. In the memories, he saw countless Eternals wreaking havoc in the sixth mainland. He saw countless people die and he saw the continent collapse. He saw the three ancestors fight to the death and he saw the blood of numerous experts. Even further back. Previously, he had seen this person fighting against the other families of the sixth mainland, and he had seen Songqiong Old Man's unparalleled might. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by and Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Was that Qing Tan? Lu Yin hadn't expected Qing Tan to appear in this person's memories. In the memories, this imprinter had been worshipping Songqiong Old Man's statue, and Qing Tan had been standing below the statue. Lu Yin carefully searched through his memories, but he couldn't find any information about Qing Tan's identity. However, he was certain that Qing Tan was very close to Songqiong Old Man, and she was one of the sixth mainland's Songqiong Old Man's people. This meant that the power behind Qing Tan was the sixth mainland. It was no wonder why she could easily control a director. Regardless of whether it was in terms of top-notch experts or numbers, the sixth mainland completely surpassed the fifth mainland. The fifth mainland had only been able to stand on equal footing because of the protection and planning of a former progenitor. In a true battle, the fifth mainland was definitely not a match for the sixth mainland. It seemed like the sixth mainland wasn't satisfied with the outerverse and wanted to scheme against the neoverse, which was why they had directly interfered with the 9 directors. Perhaps the 3 elders might not be the only ones who had been controlled, and the other directors might not be completely unaffected. Nan Yanfei, there's no point in us fighting. Let's go find those people from the fifth mainland, Divi shouted. Nan Yanfei replied, you want to go to the innerverse? Forget it. Let's settle down for now. There's no need to go to the innerverse. Have you forgotten about the Daoist sect's ruins? Even though we're no longer part of the younger generation, no one said that we can't go there. The universe has changed, DFA said. All right. I've heard that the fifth mainland's 10 arbiters occasionally enter the Daoist sect's ruins. Then it's settled. Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion and returned to Black Street. He checked his cosmic ring and fortunately, it hadn't been used up too much. There were only a few million star essence left, but it was still quite a lot. He immediately sent a message to Wei Rong and informed him of Qing Tan's identity. He had Wei Rong investigate from this direction and keep an eye on Qing Tan. Since the sixth mainland had already started scheming against the neoverse, Qing Tan definitely wasn't the only one involved. Lu Yin couldn't alert the enemy as he already knew Qing Tan's origins. She wouldn't be able to escape. Lu Yin rolled his die again and this time he rolled a pip which dropped a weapon. Lu Yin used a bit of force and broke it, so he casually tossed it away and tried again. This time he rolled a pip which was just nice. Lu Yin went to the time-stop space and took out all of his materials before continuing to roll his die. Within the time-stop space he could roll any number of pips he wanted regardless of how long it took. After rolling his die for the 3rd time he finally rolled a pip. He had rolled this many times in the past, but it hadn't been of much use to him. Now it was finally going to be useful. When he saw the decomposition vortex appear, Lu Yin immediately used star essence to increase the time and then began to toss in materials. He didn't care what kind of materials they were as long as they could be decomposed first. The universe's technology was advanced, but there were still many things that couldn't be done. For example, some materials couldn't be decomposed once they were fused while others could. Lu Yin's innate gift allowed him to decompose all materials, and he was confident that he could do so. He watched as the materials were decomposed into raw materials, some of which actually glowed, while others he couldn't even pinch. He knew that these materials were definitely worth a lot. As long as they could be reused, they wouldn't be thrown into this garbage dump. After a while, he looked at the raw materials all over the ground. They couldn't be decomposed anymore, so he put them away with satisfaction. He had originally wanted to chat with the captives in Mount Supreme, but after some thought he decided to leave the Black Street first. She was also in Mount Supreme and he would feel guilty if he saw Ming Yan. After leaving the time-stop space, only a second had passed in the real world. Lu Yin waited for a while before the white-haired Ming Yan came over and tossed him a cosmic ring. "That's all I have for now." Lu Yin looked through it and found that it was all trash, but its aura was very ancient, and he could tell at a glance that it was quite ancient. He put it away and looked at the white-haired Ming Yan, but before he could say anything she said coldly, "Put away your expression. I'm not leaving." Lu Yin was helpless. The Neo-Human Alliance isn't as simple as you think. Since the Neo-Human Alliance has always been suppressed by the Hall of Honor, that means that there's a way to defeat them. "Why can't I?" Ming Yan asked coldly. "I'll take my own revenge." Lu Yin couldn't convince Ming Yan. The black-haired Ming Yan was still fine, but if she didn't agree, she would simply remain silent and stubbornly plead. The white-haired Ming Yan immediately shut him up. "The life poison doesn't work on you, right?" Ming Yan's eyes lit up. "You have it? Let me eat it." Lu Yin suddenly thought of half-ancestor flowing flower. If he were to say this in front of half-ancestor flowing flower, he would probably be angered to death. A dignified half-ancestor's inner world had almost been destroyed by the poison of life, and he had been severely injured. Even half-ancestor Ji Feng had not dared to engage in close combat with Xiang Ho because of the poison of life. Now when it came to the white-haired Ming Yan, he wanted to eat her. "Are you sure it's edible?" The previous life poisons were all very mild, and they were even ranked as 91. The Neo-Human Alliance's most powerful life poison can severely injure a half-ancestor. The white-haired Ming Yan showed a rare excitement. For this poison, the more concentrated it is, the tastier it is. Lu Yin blinked as their worldview had changed. "You'll at most die from overeating. Will you be poisoned to death?" Ming Yan asked, leaving Lu Yin speechless. The life poison that could cause a half-ancestor to pale was nothing more than a meal to the white-haired Ming Yan. "Do you have it or not?" "No." "Then go and find as many as you can. The more I eat, the stronger I'll be." "All right, I'll do my best." Beep 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 beep. Ming Yan's gadget beeped and her expression changed. "The Neo-Human Alliance is trying to contact Old Fugitive." Lu Yin's eyes trembled and he looked over. A message had appeared on his gadget. "Submit to Lu Yin. Complete submission." These few words stunned the white-haired Ming Yan and she looked at Lu Yin strangely. When Lu Yin saw these words, he immediately knew that the Witchling God was behind this. This old man wanted to help him gather the Fifth Mainland's forces to attack the Cosmic Tree Alliance and instigate a civil war between the humans so that both sides would wear each other down. Lu Yin met the white-haired Ming Yan's strange gaze and explained, "It's a little complicated. Anyway, I'm not from the Neo-Human Alliance." "I know," the white-haired Ming Yan replied. Anyone who saw this message would immediately think that Lu Yin was from the Neo-Human Alliance and that he had a high status. Otherwise, why would the Neo-Human Alliance help him? "You really believe that?" Lu Yin wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to. The Neo-Human Alliance was convinced that he could lead the Fifth Mainland to attack the Cosmic Tree Alliance. Who would believe such a thing? However, as soon as this message was sent out, Lu Yin knew that the Cosmic Tree Alliance had already made preparations to come to the Fifth Mainland to kill him. Otherwise, the Witchling God would not have gone to such great lengths to help him. There wasn't much time left before the two universes went to war, so Lu Yin had to hurry. Chapter 1571. Lu Yin contacted Banjiu and asked him to make another set of universal armor. To save time, Banjiu gave Lu Yin some blueprints and asked him to refine the materials nearby. With the Blackstreet's ability, it was enough to refine some materials. After all, the Blackstreet relied on the universe's trash to sustain itself, and there were better techniques for dealing with trash that could not be processed elsewhere. Lu Yin dissected the materials that Ming Yan had given him and then handed the raw materials and blueprints to Ming Yan so that she could find someone to refine them. It would take some time, and during this time he would be heading to the Daoist sect's ruins. He had never forgotten about the Nine-Yang Cauldron transformation battle technique, but he had not been able to go because he did not have the time. Now he could finally go. He took out his futon as it had been a long time since he had been to the Daoist sect's ruins. Lu Yin sighed and then sat on it. He then appeared at the futon plaza. The last time he had been here was not long after the 6th mainland had given up on attacking. Now the plaza was livelier than the last time he had been here. Lu Yin changed his appearance slightly, stood up and headed towards First Divine Gate. Outside First Divine Gate, a group of people watched Lu Yin approach and exchanged glances. Just as Lu Yin was about to enter First Divine Gate, one of them stepped forward to stop him. "Brother, the First Divine Gate guardians aren't easy to deal with. Do you want to charge in together?" Lu Yin smiled and refused. "No need. Brother, I see that you're a cruiser which is second only to a realmling. You won't be in any danger if you work together with us. Besides, we have the realmling Di Luo behind us, so we can guarantee your safety in the Daoist sect's ruins." Lu Yin was surprised. "Di Luo? Isn't the realmling DFA?" Their expressions changed and they stared at Lu Yin warily. "You're not from the 6th mainland?" "I'm from the martial immortal realm." They were astonished. "The martial immortal realm? Why would someone from the martial immortal realm come to First Divine Gate?" Lu Yin shrugged. "I don't know, but I'm here. The Bloodburn Realm's realmling is now Di Luo. Lord DFA has passed the age limit and is no longer a realmling," the person explained. He then looked at Lu Yin seriously. "Say that you're from the martial immortal realm. Show us your imprint." Lu Yin smiled. "Sure." With that he disappeared. The group, where did he go? Lu Yin quickly passed through the First Divine Gate and arrived at the budding terrace. He then headed towards the space of the 9 cauldrons. DFA had surpassed the age limit and was no longer a realmling. This meant that most of the realmlings who had competed against each other before had already surpassed the age limit, and the same was true for the 5th mainland's 10 arbiters. A new era had arrived, but Lu Yin was still part of the younger generation if he didn't count the years that Lu Xiaoxian had lived. He could be considered as someone who had lived through that era. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived at the 9 cauldrons space and discovered that it was still sealed. When he had absorbed the cauldron aura, he had caused the first cauldron to shatter. Many of the 6th mainland's older generation experts had come to investigate, and the various major factions had fought over the cauldrons. They had sealed off the space within the 9 cauldrons, and even though many years had passed since then, the incident was still on everyone's mind. It was impossible for ordinary people to enter the space of the 9 cauldrons. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was different. He had walked right past those people who had sealed off the space within the 9 cauldrons and none of them had noticed. The first cauldron shattered and Lu Yin entered the second cauldron. He discovered that there were people inside, most likely descendants of imprinter families. They were all passers-by, so he knocked them out and began to absorb the cauldron chi. Compared to the last time he absorbed the cauldron aura, his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that the cauldron aura absorption speed had increased. Very quickly. A few days later, the second cauldron trembled and then, under the shocked gazes of many, it fell and shattered. "Quick, quick, inform the elders of the families that the second cauldron has changed," someone cried out. Many people rushed towards the shattered cauldron as if they were searching for something. The people who had been knocked out by Lu Yin in the second cauldron were startled awake when the cauldron fell. They looked around in confusion as they had no idea what had happened. "Someone knocked us out," someone said in a low voice. He subconsciously imprinted and raised his strength to its peak. "Seal the entrance. No one is allowed to leave." Not only were there people in the second cauldron, but there were also people in the 3rd, 4th and 9th cauldrons. Jianru walked out from the 9th cauldron with a calm expression. His voice echoed throughout the space within the 9 cauldrons. "No one is allowed to act rashly." No one dared to speak. Even though Jianru had been defeated by Shaoqing and lost his position as a realmling, he had still been a realmling in the past. Now he had retired from the younger generation due to his advanced age. In the eyes of these youths, Jianru was considered an elder expert. Even though they had secretly cursed Jianru and the others for being shameless and entering the Daoist sect's ruins to compete with them for opportunities, they still did not dare to act impudently in front of this person. Jianru's gaze swept across the space within the 9 cauldrons. This place was not large and he could easily see through it. Finally, his gaze settled on the 3rd cauldron. The first cauldron and the second cauldron had both shattered, so it should be the 3rd cauldron's turn next. As he thought about this, he leapt into the third cauldron and then he lost consciousness. Lu Yin felt helpless. What was the point of all this? He had only wanted to quietly absorb the cauldron aura, but there had been such a big commotion. He looked outside the cauldrons. These people were probably waiting for news from Jianru. Imitating Jianru's voice could intimidate these people, but the older generation's powerhouses should be arriving soon. At that time they would not be intimidated by Jianru. Since that was the case, Lu Yin exhaled and completely released his domain, which instantly enveloped the space within the 9 cauldrons. Some people's expressions changed. What a powerful domain! Before they could react, everyone fell to the ground. They had all been subdued by Lu Yin's domain. Lu Yin raised a hand and arranged a flow diversion diagram to isolate the third cauldron. He then began to absorb the cauldron aura. Not long after, one youth after another entered the space within the 9 cauldrons. They had all received news that the second cauldron had shattered, so they quickly rushed over. However, when they arrived, they saw that everyone had fainted. The crowd panicked and no one dared to act rashly. Soon after, an expert arrived, and it was Hong Ying. The Daoist sect's ruins were a battlefield for youths to compete for opportunities, but this was only by default. The older generation's powerhouses could still enter, and Hong Ying was no exception. She entered the space within the 9 cauldrons, looked directly at the third cauldron and then leapt out. She was still a hunter, but she was very close to becoming an enlighter. Just as she was about to step into the third cauldron, she was isolated by the flow diversion diagram, and she was sent flying back dozens of meters. When she saw the flow diversion diagram, Hong Ying felt that it looked familiar, but she did not think too much about it. Instead, she took out her spear and stabbed out. The tip of her spear struck the flow diversion diagram, but it was useless. Hong Ying's expression changed, and behind her, Madame Red activated her imprint. Her power level increased, and she also stabbed out with her spear with the support of her martial imprint. The same scene occurred once again, and her attack was completely useless. Hong Ying landed on the ground. It must be that the older generation's powerhouses had discovered something and were trying to seize the opportunities within the 9 cauldrons. She looked at the first cauldron that had shattered. That person had already seized the opportunity several years ago, and it had only been a few years since then. Who could it be? Fan Shun had also arrived at the Daoist sect's ruins. He had immediately rushed over as soon as he had heard the news. At this moment, there were no less than 100 people in the 9 cauldrons space, and they all fell silent as they looked at the unconscious people on the ground. Hong Ying turned around to look at Fan Shun. Previously, they had not cared much about this Fan Realmling, but during the Sovereign Tournament, this person had displayed terrifying strength, innate talent, battle techniques, and secret techniques. He truly lived up to his name as a Realmling, and Hong Ying was convinced of his abilities. Fan Shun directly used his imprint on the medicine Immortal, and the surrounding trees began to grow. Towering trees rose from the ground and transformed into a tree giant that slammed its palm towards the third cauldron. This attack had been used during the Sovereign Tournament, and its power was immense, and Hong Ying had to admit that she was no match for it. The tree giant slammed its palm against the flow diversion diagram that surrounded the third cauldron, and an enormous power spread out in all directions, transforming into lines that shot out in all directions. Hong Ying's expression changed slightly as a line shot towards her. She stabbed out with her spear, but there was a thump as her body was sent flying back 100 meters. Her palm trembled, and the web between her thumb and forefinger began to bleed. She looked up and saw that the third cauldron had not changed at all. Fan Shun's attack had failed. Bang bang bang. The surroundings exploded as lines bombarded the 9 cauldrons space in all directions, distorting the void. Over 100 people panicked, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. The towering trees all retreated, and Fan Shun frowned. He no longer attacked, and even his imprint disappeared. Hong Ying asked, "It's useless." "He's here," Fan Shun said coldly. Hong Ying's eyes narrowed. "Who?" Fan Shun looked at Hong Ying. "Don't you think that the scene just now was very familiar?" Hong Ying looked at the third cauldron and recalled the scene where the power had been dispersed. Her expression suddenly changed, and she stared at Fan Shun. "A source box array, Buin." Fan Shun's lips curled up. "He's finally returned after being missing for 2 years." Hong Ying gritted her teeth and stared at the third cauldron. "He actually obtained the fortune of the 9 cauldrons." Fan Shun raised his head. Only a supreme genius like him has the right to obtain the fortune of the 9 cauldrons. Neither you nor I can break through this source box array. Among our peers, even the Dao Source 3 skies cannot break through it. The only way is to invite an imprinter. When he thought of this, he looked at the crowd. Immediately invite an imprinter. Tell him that Lu Yin is here. Wait. Hong Ying stopped him. If an imprinter comes, then we won't be able to obtain any of the fortune here. Fan Shun was helpless. If Lu Yin is here, then even if we call all of the 6th mainland's Dao Source 3 skies and all of the Realmlings here, it'll be useless. Who can stop him? Who can snatch his fortune? Hong Ying wanted to retort, but she recalled the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament. All of the top experts had joined forces against Lu Yin, but none of them had been able to make him move a single step. That kind of hopeless disparity had been impossible to make up for, and even numbers could not make up for it. Helpless, she could only feel indignant. How could such a freak appear among their peers? Within the 3rd cauldron, Lu Yin had heard the conversation between Fan Shun and the others, but he had no way of stopping them. All he could do was absorb as much of the cauldron's aura as possible before the imprinter arrived. Lu Yin was anxious, but Fan Shun and the others were even more anxious. They had always treated the Dao Source 6 ruins as the 6th mainland's land of fortune. But now, Lu Yin had snatched away what might have been their greatest fortune. They could not accept this no matter what. Fan Shun was more aware of the bigger picture than Hong Ying, which was why he had immediately decided to invite an imprinter. He could only hope that Lu Yin would not snatch too many fortunes before the imprinter arrived. What kind of fortune had he obtained? It would be great if they could capture Lu Yin and interrogate him. Of course, this was only a thought. With Lu Yin's status in the 5th mainland, even the 3 progenitors had to be wary of him. Chapter 1572. One day later, Shang Rong arrived. He had created a white sun in an attempt to break through the flow diversion diagram, but it had been scattered by the diagram and bombarded the entire space of the 9 cauldrons. It had affected some people and injured quite a few. Not long after, the junior arrow saint arrived. His aura was much weaker than Fan Shun's. He had been lucky to have survived the Sovereign Tournament, and his strength was not much stronger than Hong Ying's. The junior arrow saint had not come to steal Lu Yin's destiny, but rather to see Lu Yin's. He knew that the imprinter would arrive soon, and Lu Yin would not be a match for them no matter what. Xiaoqing had also arrived and she seemed to be very interested. Although Lu Yin was anxious, he did not panic. He had expected this to happen before entering the Dao Source 6 ruins, and he had already prepared a backup plan. Now it was just a matter of who the imprinter would be. There should not be too many powerhouses entering at first, but as long as one imprinter failed, Lu Yin would not have much time left. Once those old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands were lured over, Lu Yin would not be able to defend himself without any external defensive items. Half a day later, the first imprinter arrived. Although there were many emissaries in the 6th mainland, their statuses were extremely high, and it was difficult for the juniors to come into contact with them. Emissaries also needed to cultivate, so it was not easy to disturb them. The first imprinter had arrived by chance, and it was an old woman. It's Senior Ling from the D family. She left the D family after Ancestor D died. The old woman ignored the youth's discussions and looked at the 3rd cauldron. 5th mainland's junior, I'll give you a chance. Come out. Everyone looked at the 3rd cauldron. Now that the imprinter had arrived, they felt that Lu Yin would not be able to escape. There was no response, so Lu Yin continued to absorb the cauldron aura. Junior, don't make me attack and damage our relationship with the 5th mainland. The old woman's tone became more severe. Fan Shun respectfully replied, Senior Ling, please act as soon as possible. Lu Yin's time in the Dao Source 6 ruins is almost up. Once his time is up, he can leave immediately. The old woman's gaze was sinister as she stepped forward and pressed down with a single hand. The void shattered and the attack disappeared before everyone's eyes. At that moment, Lu Yin looked up and remained unmoved. He watched as the old woman's attack emerged from the astral source universe and landed on the diagram. The power of the attack then transformed into lines that bombarded the diagram in all directions. She could not break through it. How could this be? It wasn't just her. Fan Shun and the others were also stunned. That was an imprinter, and beating them up should have been child's play for him. Why couldn't he break through Lu Yin's sourcebox array? The space within the 9 cauldrons was unstable to begin with. Now that the old woman had interfered with it, the void was filled with cracks. One of the careless cultivators was swallowed up by the cracks, leaving behind only a miserable scream and a trail of blood. It was a horrifying sight. Everyone's faces paled as they slowly retreated. The old woman gritted her teeth, and strange changes appeared on her body. She had activated her bloodline, a cultivation method unique to the blood ancestor realm. She struck the diagram again, but she still couldn't break it. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The greatest advantage that the 6th mainland's cultivators had over the 5th mainland's cultivators was their natural suppression. In addition, they also had the special cultivation methods and imprints that the 3 progenitor region had given them, which made them seem stronger than the 5th mainland's cultivators. But in reality, without these advantages, the 6th mainland's cultivators would be at a disadvantage when fighting against the 5th mainland's cultivators. The cultivation method of the imprint not only limited their future, but also made them dependent on it. How could this old woman break through his energy channeling diagram without relying on the imprint? Even without the help of external items, he could still fight against an emissary with a combat power of 600,000. He was referring to an emissary from the astral tree. The old woman descended and said, "External items. This kid must have used some external item." In the distance, Fan Shun and the rest had ugly expressions. They had also guessed that Lu Yin must have used some external item. Otherwise, how could an enlighter at most block an emissary's attack? How long had it been since the sovereign competition? They did not believe that Lu Yin had improved so much. "Senior Ling, if we work together we'll definitely be able to break through," Shang Rong said. The old woman frowned. "If I can't break through, then what's the point of you juniors attacking?" Shang Rong clenched his fists, but he did not dare to retort. "Fine, let's just wait. Let's wait for another imprinter to come, and then we'll definitely be able to break through," the old woman said. "I'm just afraid that Lu Yin's time is up," Shang Rong said anxiously. The old woman stared at Shang Rong. "Can't we find him outside of the Daoist sect's ruins?" Shang Rong did not say anything else, as there were some things that only they knew. How could the 6th mainland be willing to live in the outerverse of the 5th mainland? As long as they knew that Lu Yin was here, things would be much easier. Lu Yin heard this and his eyes flickered. These people from the 6th mainland had not given up on seizing control of the 5th mainland, but they had hidden their intentions. If there was one Qingtan, then there would be 10 or even 100 Qingtans. How interesting. Then let's see who's stronger. Another day passed and more people gathered within the 9 cauldrons. Fan Shun, Shang Rong, and the rest watched anxiously as the second imprinter finally arrived. Fan Shun was delighted to see Senior Chao, and he hurried forward to explain the situation. Senior Chao was from the Fan realm and was an expert from the Azure realm. Senior Chao looked at the 3rd cauldron. "Even an imprinter can't break through?" He looked at Senior Ling. "Why didn't you use your imprint?" The old woman answered, "Not at the moment. After the D ancestor's death, some of the D family's experts had died, while others had left. Only a few had remained behind. The old woman had left the D family in search of other powerhouses, but she had yet to join them. Senior Chao said in a low voice, "Let's work together and break it." After he finished speaking, an imprint appeared behind him. It was a slovenly old man dressed in a long green robe and holding a wooden staff. This person was the imprint powerhouse of the Green Transformation Realm, esteemed Qinghua. Guru Qinghua and Senior Chao's strength, which had been lower than the old woman's, instantly rose to surpass her. They attacked the diagram under her envious gaze, and the old woman struck out with a palm at the same time. Within the 3rd cauldron, Lu Yin sighed. It was too late. These imprinters had arrived faster than he had expected. The 3rd cauldron had absorbed a portion of the imprinters, and the rest could only wait until the next cauldron. There was a loud boom as the diagram shattered. Fan Shun and the rest were delighted. Senior Chao and the old woman looked towards the 3rd cauldron, wanting to grab Lu Yin. However, all they saw were Jian Ru and the others who had fainted. Lu Yin was nowhere to be seen. The two landed in the 3rd cauldron. Where was he? "Seal the exit." Senior Chao seemed to have thought of something and immediately shouted, but it was too late. Lu Yin swept past everyone and left the 9 cauldrons space. The moment the diagram shattered, Lu Yin used the plan's secret art to leave. Even the two imprinters had not been able to see him clearly. Fan Shun and the rest hurriedly sealed the exit, but Lu Yin had already left. After absorbing 2 complete cauldrons, he still had a third cauldron's qi, which meant that he could use the 3 suns. After leaving the 9 cauldrons space, Lu Yin calculated that he still had more than half the time, so he headed towards Heaven's Pit. The 9 cauldrons, this space would definitely attract even more of the 6th mainland's older generation powerhouses, and it might even attract old freaks like the celestial imprinters. Lu Yin did not plan on going any closer. After Lu Yin left the 9 cauldrons space, there were naturally people heading there as well, but not a single person was able to detect his presence. Lu Yin entered the space where Heaven's Pit was located through a pillar of light. When he looked up, he saw that it was not Heaven's Pit above him, but rather spatial cracks that flowed like water. The first time he had come here, he had been shocked. This space had been specially cut out, and if there was a problem with the space, everything here would disappear. The dense, water-like cracks in the void above his head made him panic. Heaven's Pit was a palm print that was rumored to be Progenitor Chen's. It could be used to pry into Progenitor Chen's secret technique, but to this day, there was no clear evidence that anyone had succeeded. Lu Yin walked to the side of Heaven's Pit. In front of him, 5 stone pillars soared into the sky and pressed down on the palm print's fingertips. Only by standing on the pillars could one see the palm print clearly. At this moment there were people on the stone pillars. Aside from the time when the 6th mainland had invaded the 5th mainland, the stone pillars had always been occupied. There was also a familiar face among them, Di Luo, who had replaced DFA as a realmling. The 6th mainland's talent had also withered. Even Progenitor D had died, but Di Luo had still been able to become a realmling. He had truly suppressed the younger generation of the Bloodburn realm. Lu Yin quietly snatched a stone pillar and studied the palm print. He leisurely studied Progenitor Chen's palm print in Heaven's Pit, and the 9 cauldrons space grew more and more lively. Powerhouses arrived one after another, and even the old woman and senior Chao had to bow. More than 10 days later, a 9th stage blacksmith from the forging family arrived. He was a world imprinter and everyone bowed to him. Lu Yin? That kid actually returned. He's been missing for 2 years and the first cauldron shattered before he went missing. That means that he obtained the opportunity to learn the 9 cauldrons battle techniques when the first cauldron shattered, the 9th stage blacksmith said in a low voice. Someone else chimed in, that's right. This kid's opportunities are truly heaven-defying. During the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament, the ancestor guessed that he might have obtained the legendary Death God's inheritance and become invincible among his peers. Everyone fell silent. Lu Yin was like a mountain that not only weighed down on his peers, but even they felt pressured. In particular, the image of the Death God during the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament represented invincibility. This kid would be invincible no matter what realm he reached. There's no need to think too much about it. Seniors, breaking through to become an imprinter is fair. The stronger Lu Yin is, the stronger his origin tribulation will be. He might not even be able to survive his tribulation, Xiaoqing said in a crisp voice. The junior arrow saint gloomily said, if he can survive his origin tribulation, then he'll become the strongest imprinter in history. Xiaoqing rolled her eyes. That's so exaggerated. Are you scared? The junior arrow saint gritted his teeth, but he did not retort. The 9th stage blacksmith's eyes flashed with a gloomy light, and he exchanged glances with the other imprinters. He then waved his hand. Disperse. From now on this place is sealed and we will take turns guarding it. The space within the 9 cauldrons is now sealed. When they heard this, the youths were unwilling to give up. If Lu Yin could obtain an opportunity, then they wanted to stay here even more. Who knew, they might be able to comprehend something as well. The ruins of the Daoist sect had existed for countless years, and even its history had been forgotten. The number of opportunities that could be obtained was extremely small, such as Heaven's Pit, the Scripture Pavilion, and the Primordial Enlightenment Platform. It was rumored that there were great opportunities within those places, but no one had ever obtained them. Now it was confirmed that an inheritance had appeared within the 9 cauldrons, so they were naturally unwilling to leave. Thank you, Book 579235593, Brother Yi Ian, for your tip. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Starstump. Chapter 1573. Senior, if Lu Yin can comprehend it, then we might be able to as well. Please allow us to stay and comprehend it, and also cut off Lu Yin's path of retreat, Shangrong pleaded. The level 9 refiner replied, you may leave. We'll discuss who can enter and who can't. We'll have an answer. Xiaoqing muttered, so overbearing. I can't comprehend it myself. The level 9 refiner immediately glared at her, which startled her. She stuck out her tongue. Fine, I'll leave. With that she turned and left. Xiaoqing's status in the 6th mainland was special because she had defeated Bukong once during the Sovereign Tournament. She was considered the best candidate to replace Bukong as the Dao Source 3 Skies. If not for the fact that she was from the progenitor of Combat Realm, she would have already succeeded Bukong as the Dao Source 3 Skies. However, Bukong was dead, Wu Taibai and Ziyi were missing, and none of the Dao Source 3 Skies were present. It was only a matter of time before she became one of the Dao Source 3 Skies. The 9 Cauldron space attracted most of the people there, and once they received the news many left as well. Di Luo left as well, leaving only Lu Yin to study the palm imprint. He studied it for more than 10 days without any progress. He really wanted to learn the 9 clone secret technique, but that was just wishful thinking. Even after the 9 Cauldron space closed and everyone returned to Tianqing, Lu Yin was still at a loss. What was so interesting about this palm imprint? Who had said that he could comprehend Progenitor Chen's secret technique? Had he comprehended it? It couldn't be a scam, right? I've never seen you before. Where are you from? A voice traveled to Lu Yin's ears and he looked over to see Di Luo. Di Luo hadn't noticed Lu Yin at first, but after the news had spread, everyone had gone to the 9 Cauldrons space. Lu Yin hadn't moved and when he returned he was still here. This wasn't right as even the 9 Cauldron space's inheritance couldn't attract this person. Could he have comprehended something in Tianqing? Sup? Lu Yin asked. Di Luo stared at Lu Yin. Where are you from? What did you see in Tianqing? Nonsense, Lu Yin spat out before disappearing. Di Luo's pupils shrank. How is this possible? Who is this person? Wait, is there someone here? What the hell? After leaving Heaven's Pit, Lu Yin considered whether or not he should go to the beginning enlightenment platform. Perhaps he could meet Xian New there. If he wanted to do something then he would do it. In any case he had nothing else to do in the Dao Source Sect's ruins. Right, the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Back then he had come to the Spirit Palace to search for the mountains and seas inheritances. Now he could finally go and do that. Back in ancient times, Patriarch Hui had set up a trap to detonate the mountain and sea realm, preventing the Eternals from invading the 5th continent. He had also set up a trap for the 6th continent. The fact that the mountain and sea realm had been detonated so easily proved that it wasn't very valuable, and had been nothing more than a prelude to Patriarch Hui's plans. But was that really the case? It should be known that the 9 mountains and 8 seas had already existed during the Dao Source Sect's era, and the 6th mainland had yet to invade at that time. So, how could Ancestor Hui have predicted that the 6th mainland would invade and even left behind such a huge trap? Moreover, at that time Ancestor Hui was not the only progenitor in the 5th mainland. It was impossible for him to use the other progenitors' mountains and seas as chess pieces. There had to be some sort of truth that he did not know about, so he decided to head to the mountain sea to investigate. Suddenly he thought of something else. The Eternals had invaded the 6th mainland and it was said that the Dao Source sect had collapsed. If he could snatch a futon from one of the 6th mainland's cultivators, then wouldn't that mean that he could enter the 6th mainland's Dao Source sect? Just as this idea popped up in his head, Lu Yin immediately dismissed it. He estimated that the 6th mainland's Dao Source sect was filled with Eternals, and going there would be suicide. The Mountain Sea inheritance was a progenitor's inheritance and many people knew about this. However, there were very few people who could come here to search for it. The Realmlings, the 10 Arbiters and the others could come here, but Lu Yin had not seen anyone else yet. This should be an unwritten rule or restriction. Lu Yin leaned against the wall with interest as he watched several figures battle on the distant sea. He had not expected to see familiar faces fighting as soon as he entered the Mountain Sea inheritance. Arbiter Wen Sanxi and the War King were fighting Nan Yanfei and DFA. When he had merged with the bodies of the 6th mainland's experts, he had indeed heard Nan Yanfei and DFA discuss coming to the Dao Source sect's ruins to cause trouble for the 10 Arbiters. The 10 Arbiters and the Realmlings were old enemies. In the 2 years that Lu Yin had been gone, these people's strength had not changed much. Lu Yin was most curious about War King Xianxia as he was one of the few 10 arbiters that Lu Yin had not fought, but he was the first to hear about him. War King Xianxia had a powerful physical body and was 3 meters tall. Lu Yin's greatest impression of him was that he had once killed a realmling in the Daoist sect's ruins. Above the sea, Xianxia and Nan Yanfei fiercely clashed against each other, causing the heavens and earth to shake and the surface of the sea to tremble. When Xianxia was trying his best to trap DFA, as DFA's ghostly raccoon bloodline was very troublesome and could penetrate through anything. The 4 of them fought for an unknown amount of time, and Lu Yin was puzzled as he looked at the tall mountain on the other side of the sea. These people seemed to think that the mountain sea inheritance was fake. That made sense as the 5th mainland had detonated the 5 mountains and 5 seas to become pawns in progenitor Hui's scheme. These people probably believed that the mountain sea inheritance did not have a progenitor's inheritance. Regardless, Lu Yin still wanted to explore the mountain sea inheritance as these people had already explored it countless times. With Lu Yin's current strength, it would not be difficult for him to bypass them and reach the tall mountain without attracting their attention. Soon, the 4 of them were fighting fiercely and a tall mountain appeared in front of him. Just as Lu Yin was about to climb up, his body was suddenly pulled, and he was sucked into the mountain without any resistance. At the same time, a loud voice rang out in Lu Yin's mind. "Challenger, enter." Lu Yin's body swayed and he almost lost his footing. He looked up and saw a circle of torches surrounding him. The flames suddenly rose up and merged in front of him. Every time a flame merged, the color of the flames would darken a bit. Eventually, the color of the flames could no longer be seen and neither could Lu Yin. All he could feel was an indescribably high temperature that was enough to turn him to ash. It was like a normal person facing the sun, unable to touch it or approach it. This was exactly what he was feeling at this moment. He was certain that if he touched that flame even a little bit, he would be turned to ash. No amount of defense would be able to do anything about it. This flame brought him a fatal crisis. However, it only lasted for an instant. When the torches around him lit up again, Lu Yin's entire body was drenched in sweat, and beads of sweat were dripping down his fingers. "Challenger, fail." A voice rang out in Lu Yin's mind. After that, Lu Yin returned to the surface of the sea. In front of him was the same mountain, but behind him the War King and the other 3 were still fighting fiercely. Lu Yin had just experienced a true life and death situation. Even when he had faced the sorcerer god's murderous intent in Wang Xi's attack, he had not felt such despair. It was not despair but rather reverence for the natural order of life. That flame had surpassed the scope of his understanding. Although he did not understand the might of a half-ancestor, he did not know why, but he felt that even if a half-ancestor had been in his previous position, it would have been the same. That flame couldn't have been the power of a half-ancestor, right? Lu Yin looked at the tall mountain in shock as there was a progenitor's inheritance here. He suddenly looked at Xianxia and the others as he desperately wanted to know if they had experienced it. The 4 were still fighting and it seemed like this battle would last for a long time. Lu Yin did not want to wait. He estimated that he would be leaving the Daoist sect's ruins in less than 10 days, and he still wanted to explore another mountain. There were only 2 mountains and 1 ocean left in the Daoist sect's ruins. There was a thump and Xianxia was forced back. Nan Yanfei used his imprint on Old Man Zhangqiong and used his Taotai bloodline to suppress Xianxia. On the other side, DFA also imprinted on Old Man Zhangqiong and used his ghost raccoon bloodline. Xianxia, back then you severed one of your fingers to kill Tang Wei's realmling, and then you said that you would sever all 10 fingers and destroy all of the realmlings. Try it. Nan Yanfei shouted. Xianxia's gaze was calm as he raised his hand. A Taotai descended in front of him and roared fiercely. There was a boom and Xianxia's entire body was sent to the bottom of the sea. When Xianxia acted, using his literary prison to trap Nan Yanfei while simultaneously avoiding DFA's attack. He looked at the bottom of the sea. There's no need to go all out. Xianxia charged out of the sea with a solemn expression. I know. Nan Yanfei and DFA were even more cautious of Xianxia. This person had displayed extraordinary talent during the sovereign tournament, and his innate gift was too difficult to defeat. Just as they were about to continue fighting, a cool breeze swept past them, and Nan Yanfei and DFA fell into the sea before floating up. Xianxia and Xianxia were shocked. Who's there? They had not been attacked. Lu Yin walked out of the void and smiled at the two. Long time no see, you two. The two looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin? Didn't you go missing? Lu Yin replied, I just returned. Xianxia was shocked. Were you the one who attacked just now? Lu Yin nodded. He had used his spiritual force to directly defeat Nan Yanfei and DFA. With his current strength, it was not difficult for him to do so. Not to mention the fact that he had once been a realm hunter, even his current cultivation had surpassed these people. When Xianxia and Xianxia exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. They had not even sensed any traces of Lu Yin's attack, but they had still been defeated by powerhouses at the same level. This was an absolute suppression, and it was even more shocking than Lu Yin's final battle in the Sovereign Tournament. At the very least, they had been able to put up a fight back then. What's your current cultivation? Xianxia asked. In lighter, Lu Yin replied. He then pointed at a distant mountain. Have you guys been there? When Xianxia nodded. Of course. It was once a progenitor's inheritance ground, but it was just a cover. Lu Yin raised his brows. Nothing at all? There were a few inheritances that you fought for, but there was nothing at all. Why would you lie? Lu Yin muttered to himself. It seemed that he was the only one who had experienced what had just happened, and when Xianxia did not seem to be lying. Brother Lu, where have you been? It's been 2 years since we last met and you've changed a lot, when Xianxia asked curiously. Xianxia's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, as if he wanted to fight Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin was curious about Xianxia's severed finger. He said that you could defeat a realmling with a severed finger. What's your innate gift? Do you want to try? Xianxia smiled. I was absent from the Star Tower contest and the Sovereign Tournament. Brother Lu, I really want to fight you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Sorry, but you won't have the chance. What do you mean? Xianxia did not understand. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Just his domain alone was enough to suppress Xianxia and Wen Xianxia. The two were shocked as this domain's strength definitely surpassed invisible lights, and it made it difficult for them to even move. If you have the strength to challenge an emissary, then you can play with me. Otherwise, forget it. The difference between you two is too great, Lu Yin said confidently. Chapter 1574. When Xianxia raised a hand, causing a barrier to appear and push it towards Lu Yin. He wanted to test the strength of Lu Yin's attack. Lu Yin raised his hand and flicked his finger. A blast of wind from his finger shattered the barrier, leaving Wen Xianxia and Xianxia in disbelief. Lu Yin had the ability to shatter the barrier. They knew that Wang Yi had been able to do the same back then, so there was no need to mention Lu Yin. However, the fact that Lu Yin could do it with just his finger wind defied common sense. Wang Yi had relied on battle techniques to break the barrier, but what about Lu Yin? The gap between them was so big that it was exaggerated. I already said that there's no need to test me, Lu Yin said. When Xianxia was shocked. Every time he saw Lu Yin, he felt something new, and this time it was the most intense. This person would surpass everyone in the future. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia. You still haven't answered my question. Is finger severing an innate gift? Xianxia then said with a deep voice. Cutting off a finger will allow you to perfectly replicate your enemy's talents. It reminded him of the Shi family's 8 Directions secret technique, which allowed the user to borrow the enemy's battle techniques to attack. It was a different approach, but it was a pity that Xianxia's broken finger innate gift was too damaging to his body. Looking at how Xianxia now had 9 fingers, it was obvious that he could not recover them. This was an innate gift that hurt both the enemy and the user. Lu Yin looked at Wen Xianxia. The Wen family's literary prison only has 1 level? Wen Xianxia was puzzled. What's the first level? Lu Yin thought about it. Literary prison can be stacked. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Didn't you know? Wen Xianxia was confused. There's such a way to use it? Lu Yin laughed. You don't know how. Or have you never heard of it? Wen Xianxia stared at him. You know how. He didn't really believe it and thought that Lu Yin was just spouting nonsense. Who knew more about the literary prison than the Wen family? Lu Yin raised his head and raised a hand, using his star energy to imitate Wen First's attack. Of course, he did not know the 7-fold literary hell, but he could still use his star energy to imitate Wen First's attack. Wen Xianxia stared at the 7-fold literary prison in a daze. There was such a way to use it. Lu Yin wasn't afraid that the Wen family would learn it just by looking at it, as that was impossible. Otherwise, the Wen family would have learned it long ago. Where did you see it? When Xianxia asked anxiously, his eyes filled with excitement. The 7-layered literary prison had opened up another path for the Wen family's cultivation. It could be said that once they learned the 7-layered literary prison, the Wen family's power would surpass all the other powers in the Innerverse, and they would become the most powerful family in the Innerverse. The first layer of the literary prison might not be able to trap a realmling, but what about the 7th layer? Nan Yanfei didn't even need to think about moving. Victory and defeat could be decided directly. Lu Yin looked at Wen Xianxia seriously. He had been looking forward to this ever since he brought Wen First and the others into Mount Supreme in the meditative ruins. He had lost too many resources in the starry sky of trees and had to make up for them here. It looks like we should find some time to have a good talk. The literary prison isn't limited to just 7 levels, Lu Yin said with a smile before vanishing. He didn't plan to talk to Wen Xianxia now because he hadn't thought of what he needed. Judging from Wen Xianxia's performance, the 7th-layer literary prison was extraordinarily attractive. It was enough to change the power structure of the Wen clan in the 5th mainland. Then this matter would have to be slowly studied. He didn't consider Wen Number One's attitude at all. They were just captives. Wen Xianxia calmed down as he stared at the empty surface of the sea. The appearance of the 7-fold literary prison had caused him to lose his composure. He knew that he had made a huge mistake by placing the entire Wen family in Lu Yin's hands. Based on his understanding of Lu Yin, the Wen family would have to pay an extraordinary price. The ruins of the Daoist sect had been left with 2 mountains and 1 sea, and it seemed that only when the mountains and seas were connected together would the sect be complete. Among these 2 mountains, there was one mountain that did not have a sea. Lu Yin found that mountain. He approached it and as expected he was sucked into it. Intruder, enter. A voice rang out in Lu Yin's mind. Lu Yin opened his eyes and what he saw was completely different from the mountain he had seen before. This time there were no torches and there was only a pool of spring water that continuously gushed out. It didn't extend further but it also didn't stop. It continued to gush out in a 1-meter radius as if there was no end to it. Lu Yin slowly approached the pool of spring water and looked at it for a while, but he couldn't see anything. He then squatted down and reached out to touch it. It was warm to the touch but at the same time it was icy cold. It was a very strange feeling. Suddenly the voice rang out in his mind again. Intruder, fail. He then appeared outside the mountain. Lu Yin was stunned as he hadn't done anything. He looked at the mountain in front of him and charged over again. He then merged into the pool of spring water but he failed again and tried again. It was the same and he tried again and it was the same. He tried again and again, but he still couldn't succeed even when the time was up in the Daoist sect's ruins. If Wen Xianxia and the others hadn't lied to him, then he was the only one who had entered the so-called mountain. Did this mean that there was a progenitor's inheritance? If that was the case, then how could Elder Chan and the others have been willing to use the 5 mountains and 5 seas to set up this trap? In the end they had indeed saved the 5th mainland, but using 5 progenitors' inheritances to set up this trap didn't seem like something progenitor Hui would do. Unless, of course, the mountain and sea realm that had been detonated was fake. The scene in front of Lu Yin's eyes changed and he returned to the Black Street. He stood up. During this trip to the Daoist sect's ruins, besides absorbing the cauldron qi, his greatest gain was that he had learned that a progenitor's inheritance truly existed. However, it wasn't easy to obtain one, and he didn't dare to try absorbing the first inheritance a second time out of fear that he would turn to ash. He also didn't know which progenitor's inheritance it was. As for the cauldron qi, it was a bit of a headache. After causing such a huge commotion, the 6th mainland definitely wouldn't let him absorb it again so easily. They could have just sent a random world imprinter and even Flying Willow would not have been a match for him. Lu Yin didn't know when he would be able to absorb the cauldron qi again, and it would be troublesome. Brother Lu, all of the materials have been smelted. Ming Yan was very happy to see Lu Yin. Lu Yin had enjoyed spending time with her but unfortunately he had to leave in the end. Yan, listen to me and leave this place. Lu Yin tried to persuade her one last time but he still failed. Ming Yan was very gentle towards him and would listen to everything he said, but she was very insistent on this matter. Whenever Lu Yin pushed her too hard, the white-haired Ming Yan would appear, and when the black-haired Ming Yan reappeared, she would lower her head and look like she was admitting her mistake. Lu Yin was helpless. In the end, Lu Yin could only give Ming Yan the dagger that he had obtained from Wang Su and that he had upgraded himself. This dagger had helped Lu Yin kill many enemies and its power level was close to 800,000. Combined with Ming Yan's Moonstar battle technique and the white-haired Ming Yan's vitality poison, it should be enough to deal with any crisis. Lu Yin also changed his itinerary. He had originally planned to head to the Sirius sect after his trip to the Black Street in order to learn the next stage of the Sirius art. However, Banjiu had suggested that Lu Yin change his itinerary and head to Aurora Corporation instead. This was because Aurora Corporation had technology that surpassed Banjiu's, and they could help Lu Yin create a new set of universal armor. Without any external defenses, Lu Yin felt a sense of insecurity. He was more eager to upgrade his universal armor, so he headed directly to Aurora Corporation. Besides, he would have to pass by Aurora Corporation if he wanted to get to the Sirius sect. Aurora Corporation was located in the Neoverse Northern Territory, and when Lu Yin and Ada used the flying Willow Flower Void Shuttle to reach the Northern Territory, they returned to their spacecraft. Lu Yin also brought Zhou Xian out of Mount Supreme once more. She did not ask Lu Yin about what had happened in the Black Street. After a while, more and more spacecraft appeared in the area. Lu Yin could only recognize their grades, but he could not tell where they came from. Some of the spacecraft were unique and seemed to be custom-made. He suddenly wanted to customize a spacecraft that belonged to the Great Eastern Alliance. Brother Lu, is that Aurora Corporation? Zhou Xian exclaimed as she looked at the colossal object in the distance. Lu Yin walked forward and looked into the distance, where he saw a fort that was similar to Iron Blood Weaves. That's right, that's the Aurora Corporation's headquarters. Aurora Corporation was a colossus in the Neoverse, and although it could not compare to the Sirius sect or the Mavis family, it was still an existence that had the qualifications to own a part of the universe. Aurora ships were sold well on the fifth mainland, and even the most backward solar systems could be seen everywhere. Each Aurora ship was worth quite a bit. One could imagine how wealthy Aurora Corporation was, second only to the Mavis Bank. Mr. Lu Yi looked at the fort in the distance with a shocked expression. It actually makes me feel threatened. Lu Yin glanced at him. Although the Aurora Corporation was a commercial organization, to be able to stand tall in the Neoverse meant that their foundation was unimaginable. It would be a joke if an emissary with a power level of over 700,000 was able to ignore them. Lu Yin was certain that the Aurora Corporation had the ability to instantly obliterate the flying willow flower. Lu Yin had already notified Aurora Corporation before his arrival, and the person who welcomed him was Chairman Ji, the boss with the greatest authority in the company. The ship docked at the harbor, and Lu Yin stood at the window and looked down to see Chairman Ji's group. Chairman Ji was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, and he had the smile of a businessman that was very sincere. If it weren't for his identity, it would be impossible to tell that he was in charge of such a colossus like Aurora Corporation. He wasn't very strong, at least from Lu Yin's perspective. There was a soft sound as the ship docked, and Lu Yin walked out with Zhou Xian flying willow flower, and Ada Chairman Ji led a group of people from Aurora Corporation and stood nearby, smiling at them. Welcome to Aurora Fort, Alliance Leader Lu. Chairman Ji walked forward and greeted him warmly. Lu Yin smiled. Chairman Ji, you're too polite. It's my honor to be able to come to Aurora Fort. I've long heard of Aurora Corporation's reputation, and it would be inexcusable if I didn't come to the Neoverse. Haha, in front of the Great Eastern Alliance, my Aurora Fort is just a small place. Alliance Leader Lu, please, I'll show you around. Thank you, Chairman Ji. Lu Yin smiled and did not decline. With his status, it was only natural that Chairman Ji would show him around. As the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance and the master of the Outerverse, Lu Yin had the right to do so. Lu Yin did not stand on ceremony, and Chairman Ji's smile became even more enthusiastic. However, there was caution in the depths of his eyes. This was the youth who had prevented Shamrock Enterprises from moving their headquarters into Jie Mountain. Chapter 1575. Even though he didn't think much of Shamrock Enterprises, the mysterious Leaf King was still a force to be reckoned with. However, this person didn't seem to care at all and even secretly controlled the directors, which was equivalent to controlling a portion of the Realm Mountain's authority. This was what Xidong feared the most. The Realm Mountain was the core of the human domain, and anyone who controlled it was far more powerful than an Outerverse lord. This person also had the support of the head Inquisitor and Elder Chan, as well as the troublesome Leon's armada. In the entire Fifth Mainland there weren't many people that Zhidong feared, and Lu Yin just so happened to be one of the youngest. Flying willows and flying flowers weren't as important as Lu Yin had expected. They were envoys and top powerhouses in the Fifth Mainland, but they weren't the strongest in the Aurora Corporation. The Aurora stronghold was huge and it would take at least a few years to tour the entire place. Zhidong brought Lu Yin around the core area, such as the construction of Radiant-grade spacecraft and Black Hole-grade Aurora spacecraft. He even showed Lu Yin their newly developed Black Hole-grade collapsible spacecraft. Collapsible spacecraft can break through to the Black Hole-grade? Lu Yin was astonished. Previously, collapsible spacecraft had been at most Radiant-grade because the collapsible parts couldn't withstand the pressure of a Black Hole-grade spacecraft. Zhidong was helpless. We already have the technology but we don't have enough materials. We can only make a few and most of them are custom-made. The buyer has to pay for the materials for the collapsible parts. Speaking of materials, Zhidong, I have some here. Would your company be able to help me make universal armor according to the blueprints? Lu Yin took out the blueprints. Zhidong took a look. No problem. Universal armor is simple, but what are the materials that Alliance leader Lu has? Some materials are very difficult to smelt and combine. Lu Yin took out the materials and spread them out on the ground. Someone behind Zhidong exclaimed, "Pentecost gold?" He excitedly stepped forward and picked up a piece of metal that emitted a faint gray glow. Lu Yin looked at Zhidong curiously. Zhidong replied, "Please don't mind him, Alliance leader Lu. He's an engineer of the Aurora stronghold and is obsessed with manufacturing. He has some understanding of all sorts of materials." Lu Yin nodded. Star Mother stone, orbit lines, colored glass, they are all extremely rare materials. Especially Star Mother stone, it should have gone extinct. How could it be here? That person was agitated as he muttered to himself. Another person walked out from behind Mr. Xi. It was an old man, and he hesitantly looked at a thin piece of metal on the ground that looked like a plant. He squatted down to examine it carefully before looking up at Lu Yin. "Is this alive?" Lu Yin raised a brow. "Alive?" "Alliance Master Lu, this is a living metal." The person from before looked at the metal in the elder's hand in shock and asked in disbelief. "To make? Two? No way." The person who had recognized the winter dust gold looked up in agitation and glared at Lu Yin. "You want to use Star Source to make universal armor? Make universal armor from living metals? I don't agree either." While they could not recognize all of the metals, they recognized all of them, but just a few of them were enough to shock them. Lu Yin had Ban Jiu verify these materials, but he had not been able to recognize even a tenth of them. Here, however, he had already recognized most of them. The Aurora Company truly lived up to its name. Even though these people had been promoted to management, their knowledge was not to be trifled with. Every one of them had sharp eyes. Lu Yin watched the scene unfold. So what if the materials were precious? Once they were made into universal armor, he would be able to upgrade it. "Alliance Master Lu, you've really given me a difficult problem. To be honest, these materials are very precious, but it would be too wasteful to use them all to make universal armor. You won't be able to fully utilize the properties of these materials. Take that Star Mother, for example. If you used it to make a folding part of a spacecraft, it would be enough to support a cosmic-grade spacecraft." Zhidong sighed. Lu Yin shrugged. "I have no choice. I've offended too many people. Zhidong, you should know that I was once chased by the 7 sky gods." At Zhidong's level, he naturally knew about the 7 sky gods. "That's too wasteful. It's impossible to make universal armor." "I don't agree. That's a blasphemy to these materials," the elder shouted. Although the people around him did not say much, they all had the same expression. Lu Yin understood their stubbornness. "Zhidong, I'll pay you the full cost of the materials." The others looked at Zhidong with pleading eyes. Zhidong was helpless. "Alliance Master Lu, is it possible for the Aurora Company to purchase these materials?" Of course, the Aurora Company can also provide the life-saving items that Alliance Master Lu needs. Lu Yin refused. "It's a matter of life and death. Even if these materials are wasted, it's enough to improve the universal armor's performance by just a little bit." Zhidong was helpless. If anyone else had brought these materials to the Aurora Fort, They would have left some behind no matter how high their status was. However, he could not use force on Lu Yin. The others tried to persuade him, but Lu Yin refused as well. Even Zhidong's offer of a power vessel that could defend against a powerhouse with a power level of 600,000 was rejected. Lu Yin believed that once these materials were made into universal armor and upgraded, it would be comparable to the cloud landing robe. That's too wasteful. Even if these materials were made into universal armor, it would only be able to defend against an attack with a power level of 400,000 at most. It would be very difficult to break through the limits of an emissary. Alliance Master Lu, please reconsider. The Aurora Company can provide you with even better protection, which is more in line with your wishes, the elder pleaded. Senior, can the materials compare to these? Lu Yin retorted. The elder was stunned. As long as the defense is better, why do you need better materials? They could not understand Lu Yin's thinking. Lu Yin was like a wastrel who only used the most expensive materials and did not use the best. Zhidong stopped the others from trying to persuade Lu Yin any further. Lu Yin did not agree, and if they continued, it would only cause resentment. These materials are only a portion of what I have. If Zhidong is willing, I'm willing to make a deal with the Aurora Company. As for items, they are similar materials. Lu Yin smiled. Zhidong and the others were shocked. You have more materials? Lu Yin nodded. Not right now, but I'll have some in the future. Zhidong did not believe him. The Aurora Company searched the entire universe for rare materials, and even the Hall of Honor could not compare to them. Most of the materials in the universe were concentrated in the Aurora Fort, and they only lacked rare materials from ancient eras. However, Lu Yin had these materials. Could it be that his previous guesses about this kid had been true? Lu Yin had continuously taken out foreign objects in the outerverse to challenge those at a higher realm than him. Others had long since guessed that Lu Yin had discovered the ruins of an ancient power, and those foreign objects had come from that era. Thus, these materials should be the same as well. You really have more? The elder asked with an excited expression. Lu Yin nodded. Since you said so, I have more. Alright, Alliance Master Lu, if you have more, you can sell them to the Aurora Company. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied with the price. Lu Yin had already thought of a price, which was a custom-made spacecraft that belonged to the Great Eastern Alliance. He wanted the Great Eastern Alliance to be unique. Sigh, what a pity. It's too wasteful to make universal armor. How about this? The person who had discovered the Wuting Chen gold looked at Lu Yin. We'll make a miniature armor for you. What's a miniature armor? Lu Yin was curious. Miniature armor is a type of armor that's similar to skin. It's the armor that fits the human body the best when it comes to combat. Humans won't even be able to sense its existence, and it won't affect their movements. Universal armor is just a tool that ordinary people use to travel through outer space. It's completely useless, and it's also inconvenient for combat. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Better than universal armor in terms of defense? Defense depends on the materials used. The advantage of miniature armor is that most people won't be able to see it. Lu Yin nodded and smiled. Alright, miniature armor it is. It took much longer to make miniature armor than universal armor, so Lu Yin stayed at the Aurora stronghold during this time. Brother Lu, aren't you afraid that they'll steal the materials? Luo Shen muttered softly as her eyes darted around. Lu Yin laughed. Don't worry, they won't. Over the next few days, Lu Yin was brought around by Chairman Ji. Lu Yin was very interested in the Aurora stronghold. Chairman Ji, how strong is the Aurora stronghold's defenses? Chairman Ji smiled. A million. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. A million? Even Master Yuan can't break through? Chairman Ji smiled, but he didn't continue the topic. Lu Yin looked down and saw a huge city. There were no less than 10 billion people living in the Aurora stronghold, and they were all employees of the Aurora Corporation as well as their families. Among them were the Mavis Bank and many other commercial giants that dominated the universe, including Shamrock Enterprises. In the distance, a glaring light shone from the top of the Aurora stronghold and illuminated a corner of the city. Lu Yin looked over and heard rumbling sounds. It's that brat again. He's getting more and more overboard. Lu Yin was curious, and he looked towards a corner of the city where he saw a group of people racing. That's right, they were racing, and it was a very ancient car that moved on 4 wheels. Is that a car race? Lu Yin was astonished. Chairman Ji sighed. It's that brat from my family. He's racing with a bunch of idiots who have nothing better to do. Every time he races, the city becomes restless. I'll definitely catch him this time. Lu Yin was interested. That's a very ancient car. It's meaningless to cultivators since it's not exciting at all. Chairman Ji replied, that's why they emit star energy. Those cars are specially modified and are very fast. It's enough for them to get excited. Chairman Ji, I'll leave you to your work. I'd like to take a look. Chairman Ji was astonished, but then he smiled. That's fine. I forgot that Alliance Master Lu is about the same age as my brat. Are you interested in these things as well? My brat has a racing car at home. Would you like to try it out? Thank you, Chairman Ji. Chapter 1576. These ancient cars reminded Lu Yin of his days on Earth. He had stayed there for 2 years, and the outskirts of the city he lived in were often raced. He would go there to watch when he had nothing better to do, and it made him reminisce. He had also raced with others on Xenu Star. The sky above Aurora's stronghold was filled with air bridges, and the surroundings were illuminated by lights. The lights above were like the sun, illuminating the cars and the racers. Countless people stood on both sides of the bridges, and the surrounding buildings were filled with people shouting. There was no lack of beauties among them. This place was filled with passion and zhongyang. They weren't afraid of being arrogant, but they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to be arrogant. The cars all had 4 wheels, and each one was more domineering than the last. Some were in the shape of beasts, some were in the shape of spaceships, and some were even in the shape of swords. The most exaggerated one was in the shape of a beautiful woman, and it was an eyesore. With a whoosh, hundreds of cars charged out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The city was huge and the cars could easily fit in. Young Master Ji rushed to the front, and a beautiful woman sat in the front passenger seat. He kept shouting, and all the cars had beautiful women in the front passenger seats. Not long after, the collisions began. These cars didn't prohibit collisions, and for cultivators, even if the cars exploded, it wouldn't matter. The constant collisions sounded like the rhythm of the night, and the entire city was stirred up. In every race, the final victors were always the same few people, and young Master Ji had won the most times. Only a few cars could compete with him. Young Master Ji, your legs must be weak. You can't go fast enough, huh? A car passed by, and a young man laughed arrogantly. He wore a tattered shirt that was stained with rust, and he looked like a beggar. Young Master Ji was furious. Just you wait, old one. I'll smash you to death. You think you can? Bang. 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 The collision made the beautiful woman even more excited. Suddenly, a racing car fell from the sky and smashed into another racing car. Then it quickly rushed out and took the lead. Young Master Ji and the rest were stunned. Since when could cars fly? Wait, why does this car look so familiar? Isn't that mine? Young Master Ji's eyes turned red. Someone had stolen his car. Old One was shocked. Young Master Ji, isn't that your last champion car? Someone stole your car. Get out of the car. You dare to steal my car? You must be tired of living. I've even participated in the Supreme Tournament. Young Master Ji was extremely angry and he sped up. Wan Lauer immediately rushed up as well. Someone was trying to steal young Master Ji's carriage. Interesting. Lu Yin's lips curled upwards. To him, racing was too slow and he couldn't get into it. He just treated it as a game. In the front passenger seat, Luotian was so excited that her face was flushed red. She looked at Lu Yin with sparkling eyes. This was a wonderful feeling. No one had ever done something like this with him before. This was an experience that belonged solely to the two of them. Brat, how dare you steal my car? Get out. Young Master Ji rushed over and glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned to look at him. Young Master Ji was taken aback at first. How familiar. Then he remembered who he was and his expression changed drastically. Why are you here? Lu Yin smiled, but then his car was suddenly bumped into and he turned to look to the side. Wan Lauer looked at Lu Yin and gave him a thumbs up. You've got guts, kid. You actually dared to steal young Master Ji's car in the Aurora stronghold. Lu Yin smiled nonchalantly, but just as he was about to speak, his pupils suddenly shrank as he saw something on old Second Wan's collar. This chapter isn't finished. Please turn the page. It was a very familiar symbol. Earth invisibility. This person's clothes had the symbol of Earth invisibility. It was dark red and it looked like a blood stain. Hey bro, what's your name? Old Second One asked loudly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What's your name? Old Second One was shocked. You don't know me? You don't even know who this racer is? You must be new. Lu Yin looked at Old Second One, curious that this person didn't know him. Had he never watched the Sovereign Tournament before? That's right, he's new. Young Master Ji, this brat is new. You have to teach him well, ha. Old Second One laughed and the car sped up again. Lu Yin turned to look at young Master Ji and smiled. I think we've met on Mount Supreme. Young Master Ji gulped. Oh. This game is very interesting. Let's continue tomorrow, Lu Yin said with a smile before chasing after Old Second One. Young Master Ji stared blankly at Lu Yin's back, and the beauty beside him urged him to hurry up. However, young Master Ji didn't move as the cars behind him overtook him. Young Master Ji, did your legs really go soft? Looks like that little beauty from yesterday made him want to die, someone mocked loudly after the race. Young Master Ji, you're welcome to come again tomorrow. Young Master Ji, hurry up and modify your car. Young Master Ji didn't seem to hear the mockery as he looked for Lu Yin, but he was nowhere to be found. Young Master Ji, what happened? Did you go crazy? Old Second One stopped his car excitedly. He was the winner tonight. Young Master Ji looked at Old Second One. Where's that guy? Who? The brat who stole your car? I didn't see him. That's strange, where did he go? Young Master Ji left immediately. The Aurora Corporation was a business giant, and it wasn't ruled by a single person. Although young Master Ji was in charge of the Aurora stronghold, that didn't mean that he could do whatever he wanted. Young Master Ji himself wasn't a spoiled brat, and he had a good relationship with everyone in Aurora City. It should have been a night of fun, but young Master Ji wasn't in the mood. He found young Master Ji and asked solemnly, Lu Yin is here? Young Master Ji looked at his screen and replied, he arrived a few days ago. Did you guys meet? Lu Yin isn't a good person. Why is he here? Young Master Ji asked. Young Master Ji was surprised and looked at him. Are you afraid of him? You're concerned about the company? Young Master Ji sat down and took a sip of wine, no longer looking like his usual playful self. He said in a low voice, I don't care about the 10 arbiters or the 5 astral children. No matter how strong they are, they're just inheritors of their predecessors. But Lu Yin is different. He's too ambitious and wants to unify the outerverse. Now that he's back, he'll definitely target the innerverse. Young Master Ji put away his screen and sat across from young Master Ji. You once said that I'd give you time to enjoy life. Why are you asking about him now? I'm afraid that he'll devour me, young Master Ji said unhappily. Young Master Ji laughed. You don't know my Aurora Fort's background. Even the 7 courts wouldn't be able to easily devour it, let alone Lu Yin. I'm only afraid of Lu Yin because of his background in the Hall of Honor. Apart from that, unless he can unify the innerverse, he won't be able to threaten my Aurora Fort. I hope so. What's he doing here? Young Master Ji asked. He's using rare materials to create external defenses, young Master Ji replied. He then looked at young Master Ji. Maintain a good relationship with him even if we can't be friends. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to read. Shamrock Enterprises lost the opportunity to move their headquarters to the Realm Mountain because of him. That's why I said that he's too ruthless. Young Master Ji rolled his eyes. Young Master Ji didn't seem to mind, just play with him. No matter how ambitious he is, with the Hall of Honor suppressing him, he won't affect us. He doesn't have the ability to deal with my Aurora Fort. Besides, we've already reached an agreement. He'll provide us with rare materials and we'll help him create a spacecraft that belongs to the Great Eastern Alliance. This is a huge deal. Young Master Ji nodded. The next night, a bright light shone down from the sky above Aurora Fort, illuminating all of the racing cars. Young Master Ji, Old Second One and the rest were already waiting. Lu Yin was among them and he had already put on his helmet. News of his appearance had already spread throughout the universe. Although he wasn't sure why Old Second One didn't recognize him, it was still better to be safe than sorry. Hey kid, you're using a stolen car to race against us, aren't you? Old Second One laughed. Young Master Ji looked at Lu Yin with a rare desire to fight. In terms of strength, he wasn't qualified to compete for the Star Tower in the Mountain and Sea Realm, and he had even been eliminated by the Little Arrow Saints' Arrow Rain during the Sovereign Tournament. But here he was determined to win. With a roar, all of the racing cars charged out. Several hours later, Lu Yin looked back and saw that the closest person to him, young Master Ji, was about 5 minutes away from him. This was his level. With his current strength he could easily leave these people in the dust. Lu Yin's strength aroused everyone's enthusiasm to challenge him. The third, fourth, and fifth day continued for 7 consecutive days. Lu Yin was always in first place and no one could catch up to him. In the end, almost no one wanted to challenge him anymore. No one could see any hope of winning and they all dispersed in boredom. During these 7 days, the happiest person was Zhou Xian, who followed Lu Yin around every night. Old Second One returned home and sat down tiredly to drink some water. The door opened. Racing again? You're not allowed to go starting tomorrow. Come with me to learn some techniques. How can you survive in the Aurora Fort without any techniques? The one who spoke was a middle-aged man, the first person to recognize the pentacled gold. Old Second One returned to his room in a bad mood, muttering something under his breath. In the distance, Lu Yin saw everything. He hadn't raced with these people for fun, but to find the source of the Hidden Earth Society's bloodstains on Old Second One's clothes. Now he was sure that the clothes belonged to Old Second One's father. Did that mean that the person was from the Hidden Earth Society? After confirming the source of Old Second One's clothes, Lu Yin didn't race again. There were only a few days left before the miniature armor would be completed. On this day he was looking at the surrounding star charts when an oppressive feeling surged out. At the same time an urgent voice sounded out. Not good, I'm about to break through to Envoy. Lu Yin was astonished. Break through to Envoy? Who? He looked up and saw Ada charge into outer space, leaving the Aurora Fort in the blink of an eye. Ada was about to break through to Envoy? Breaking through to Envoy would bring about an origin tribulation. The origin tribulation's power was determined by the astral source within the person undergoing the tribulation. If Ada remained at the Aurora Fort, then the origin tribulation might sense the astral sources of the other envoys within the fort and increase its power. This was something that Ada could not endure. The Aurora Fort also couldn't help Ada pass through the origin tribulation. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance that the astral source within the fort could be sensed, it would still be a disaster. Ada left the Aurora Fort and stood in outer space. Above him, the void distorted as if a terrifying beast had descended. It released an extremely oppressive aura that could destroy the world. End of chapter.